Watching it right now, it's fine. Yeah, I think it should be able to.
Is it picking it up?
Yep. So yeah, you can stand out here as long as you project.
Okay.
Because this is a...
Picking up well, yes.
Okay, so thank you for joining us here today, both through live stream and in person. It's exciting to have some faces instead of just virtual. I much prefer the in-person. We are Radian Research. This is Joel Canine. He's our Manager of Engineering at Radian. And I am Renee Mundell. I'm our Manager of Customer Service and Support. We are in Lafayette, which is just across the river from here in West Lafayette. And we have other facilities as well, but it's nice to know that we're here locally, a local business. And with that, I'll let Joel go ahead and get started on the presentation.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Renee. As Renee mentioned, we're Radian Research. We are, just a little bit about us, we are the respected world leader of solutions when you want to look at electric energy measurement. How does that relate to a lot of people? Well, the best thing I can describe is everybody's familiar with a meter that might be on the side of their house or their apartment. It's what the utility company sends everybody a bill for. It's very important that that meter is accurate. And that kind of stands around the heart of what we do. So because of that, we serve electric utilities, such as Duke Energy here in the Lafayette region, meter manufacturers, so this is Landis & Gear across town, Census, many other meter manufacturers. We've also worked with Tesla as a meter manufacturer in one of their divisions. We work closely with our metrology institutes. Here in the United States, it's NIST. Outside of the United States, you have NRC in Canada, PTB in Germany. Every country, just about every country has some sort of a metrology institute, which I'll talk a little bit more later. We also serve laboratories with some of our high-end equipment and shop and some site applications for field testing. What do we provide? Again, that testing of the electrical meter. If that testing is in a shop or in the field, as this picture shows, a piece of our equipment that we've designed the electrical hardware for, the mechanical hardware for, embedded computers, the software that's running on this, all of it's been designed and developed just across town or down our Pearl, Mississippi facility. We also offer services such as going out and doing on-site training. How it all started, Glenn Mayfield, he started Radian in 1982. He passed away in 2007, but we've continued to grow with Radian. He invented the little blue magical box, which is a extremely accurate watt-hour measurement device. And it was the RM10. So where we're located, as Renee mentioned, we're just across the river in Lafayette, Indiana. Our other facility is in Pearl, Mississippi, just outside of Jackson, Mississippi. At that facility, we do we have software and hardware engineering as well. We do a lot of integration of our smaller systems into larger systems down at that facility as well. And we have a whole division of software programming.
Developers, they're original developers of our software.
To talk a little bit about the key to Radian as well, it is providing the assurance for the integrity of power and energy measurement. In this small graph, you can see that we are traceable directly to NIST, who in the United States defines and what a watt hour is for accuracy. All of the equipment that you see on here, besides the meters at the bottom, is equipment that we've designed and developed to correctly and accurately transfer what NIST says is an accurate watt hour all the way down from the very top standard through a calibration system, which I'll talk about more in a minute, all the way down to that meter to make sure that the most accurate test is performed on that meter. This is our traceability chain of how we get an extremely accurate reference standard traceable to that NIST all the way down to the meter.
What that means is you don't get overcharged. So when the meter says you've consumed this much energy, that's actually how much energy is being consumed. If the meter were wrong, the meter could say you use this much energy when you only use this much, and you would get overcharged.
Additionally, we are accredited to a couple bodies, ISO 17025, which allows us more internationally to provide calibrations, which is also with the A2LA accreditation, and ISO 9001 quality service. That brings in the quality principles from the design all the way down to production, and then following up with the product and sustaining on the product as we design, build, and ship the product. And the International Trade Council Qualified Service Provider, basically this means that we are international. We work with over 50 different countries in selling our products. Additionally, some of those countries, we work with feedback from them for design requirements, what is required by them in their area or country for testing. We can bring that back and work it into our products. So what do we empower? Again, meter testing. The piece of equipment on the screen now, we have some form of equipment at every single meter manufacturer in the United States and outside of the United States as well. There's a list of different things we can do here, but basically that means is that's all encompassing to when you're testing a meter. We've looked at every aspect of testing the meter at the site for accuracy, all those variables, and designed equipment after listening to our customers' requirements and working with our customers on how we can help them and take care of them when they need to perform their jobs. Another piece of equipment, I'll throw some numbers out here. When the first reference standard that measures watt hours was developed, it needed a way to accurately test it. There wasn't anything really else in the world, so as an engineering department loved to do, they got to play and develop our calibration system. This calibration system is comprised of very complex ways of making voltage and current that are repeatable in the 25 parts per million level of accuracy for any voltage anywhere from 600 volts to 60 volts and 1 milliamp up to 200 amps. The combination of these currents and voltages are then used to calibrate, adjust any of the equipment during that traceability change. What does that mean? We've invested the time and resources in developing this equipment to make it the most accurate thing in the world.
In the world.
This goes into our most recent product that we've launched. This is a 3-phase reference standard. When we originally did a 3-phase, as you might or might not be familiar with, we worked with a customer in Brazil. They came up and they had a design requirement and said, we really need to test all 3 phases at the same time. So we had the technology, we worked with them on their design requirements, and we came up with the 3-phase standard. This particular device has multiple patents in it. It has multiple transformers in it. We have our own tweaked and designed analog circuitry, digital circuitry, basically designed a computer that sits inside this that runs an operating system and has a user interface. As well.
It's our engineers in Lafayette, Indiana that did all this too. We didn't contract this out.
It was all developed in Lafayette, Indiana, with the engineering team, as well as the graphical user interface. And this particular product too was CE mark certified, which means that we went through the extra engineering, testing, and design to make sure it's safe when it's taken out into the field, as we are dealing with up to 600 volts AC, which can be a little intimidating and a little dangerous. This particular design has yet another patent in it. The current measurement element, without getting into too many details, has been removed from the blue can that I discussed earlier, which allows us to remove or move the flux fields from any current that's being measured, keeping it away from the rest of the measurement circuitry. So it lessens the impact of those flux fields of the current conductor on the measurement device itself. In this particular device, we realize we have to do that when we're competing in the world because this allows us to get into, actually we have repeatabilities on this in the 2 parts per million at certain key points. And we're able to take this specific standard and use it for inter-lab comparisons between multiple labs throughout the world. That's all great, but the cool part is we developed all that in Lafayette. The architecture inside it, the measurement engines inside of it, the firmware that was developed that does the calculations, the digital signal processors inside of it, all that was integrated and developed in Lafayette. So this kind of rolls some of that hardware into more of an application where we can easily see that we meet many customers' demands. We talked a little bit about the reference standard. That covers some of the national institutes and some of our customers. Well, this is going to get into the meter manufacturer when the meter needs to be designed and tested. This provides a interface for that customer to test the meter, validate the meter. It also allows for us to take components that we've already designed, such as that reference standard, current amplifiers that we can design, voltage amplifiers we can design, digital logic circuitry, integrate it all together, and be able to test that meter. Additionally, this entire series of test boards has to be controlled by something. And that goes when our development software engineers down in Pearl, Mississippi, who write the software on a Windows-based platform to control the hardware, allowing user interface to it, also allows for data management. With the software, there's massive amounts of data that's collected from these meters, so you can get into database structures and saving the results. This kind of brings out some more of the mechanical aspects of what we had to do and what we do. This is one of our field test products. When you're designing a field test product, you have to worry about ruggedness. You have to worry about the user interface more so, because when somebody takes something out in the field, they want to get the job done. They want it to be reliable. So
The weight.
the weight.
It's got to be light enough.
It's gotta be light.
To be able to carry.
So this is just a product where we've implemented not only our embedded computer, our embedded software that's been written for a Windows platform, and our amplifiers and measurement devices, but we've also designed this so that it can be durable, light, and can be carried from house to house, apartment to apartment to do meter testing. Many times when during the development cycle, we would order, back in the day, we would order SLAs or early prototypes of the plastic, and the world today with 3D printing makes it so much easier. We can just 3D print up mock-ups and just have it within a few days. Makes development time so much faster. Now I'll go into another area of what Radian does. We are very customer-centric. We appreciate that our customers are what's keeping us in business. So we listen to our customers. The next couple slides talk about products that we listen to our customers. They had a need for a product. We had some of the technology blocks. We just needed to understand from them what they wanted so we could integrate those technology blocks into what they needed. So hence these qualification boards, whereas when a meter is designed, it also has firmware in it. it has some complexity to it. Newer meters with AMI communications, you want to talk to them wirelessly, update the firmware in them, control them, open disconnects. So we took our technology blocks, listened to our customers, took their feedback, and developed a test board that allowed them to perform all these qualification type, non-accuracy tests on a meter.
So the development time frame of that versus like.
Is much quicker because these are technology blocks that we already have, that we've stockpiled, that we're using on other products, and then we can quickly engineer a solution by taking those and integrating them. So you bypassed a lot of the design, feasibility, research, and you've gone straight towards the integration.
You
With very little research.
6 months to 12 months that you can actually create and deliver something, whereas the normal product line for development might be 2 to 5 years. So you've got both things going on where you're working on a project and you're developing it, engineering it over a 5-year time period, and then interspersed with that, we have these kinds of products where we can quick turn 6 months, a year, and you develop for your customer.
And yeah, you get another solution. This is a bunch of meters that are being tested. It's called a meter farm in our industry. That is just an area where meters are tested, not grown. But it was a customer solution. They needed it. We knew how to do all this stuff, but by listening to our customers and taking that market research and feedback, we were able to quickly develop a solution for them. Additionally, this has the ability to communicate with XB wirelessly. So it allows the customers to have a wireless interface to control the meters. In this case, they might put load on the meter to make it look like the meter's measuring something, or in some cases, you can actuate a disconnect inside of a meter, which will open the meter and turn off service to the customer. So they would use something like this in that application. But it allowed us to just take that technology we already had, kind of have a little bit of fun with it at the same time as provide solutions for customers.
Puts it outside so the customer can see what's really going to happen to it in the real.
Yeah, this sits right outside. The Arizona sun's beating down on it, or the Alaska snow is coming down on it, just wherever it's at.
In the rain, in the sun, in the cold, in the hot, extreme heat, extreme cold. Let them see exactly what it's going to do to those meters.
And then, as I mentioned, we kind of wrap all of our products around with a software package. It's very important in our industry for the accuracy of this meter to be known from the time it was first manufactured all the way until they scrap it or throw it away. So integrated with our software that allows for testing or running of our own equipment, we have the ability to store test results from cradle to grave for the life of that meter that can always be accessed.
That will help defend our customers. So let's say our customer is an electric utility and they get a complaint saying a customer is saying, hey, you overbilled me. That customer then, Duke Energy, can prove with the test results that our software helped them maintain that they tested the meter on a regular basis. They have all the test results proving the accuracy of the meter, and then can help defend them in a complaint case or a lawsuit. We also have asset management. So not only can our software helps them keep the data and can protect them in the lawsuit with the data, it also helps them tell where that asset is. So is the asset deployed? So these meters for the utility are considered assets. Where is that asset in its life cycle? Is it ready to be deployed? Is it deployed and actually already on the side of a house or a business or apartment? Is it back in for service because it needed some type of repair, or has it been retired? So our software, which we develop ourselves in both Lafayette, Indiana and Pearl, Mississippi, we also have some remote software developers that help us do this requirement for our customers and develop the software that performs those functions.
So back, the other business model that we have is the Radian Innovate, or this is the quick product designs from the components or the modules we already have and providing that fast solution. We have a business unit set aside for it so we can constantly be listening, asking, talking to, reaching out to our customers to pull in information. Even if it goes outside of our area of expertise sometimes a little bit, we'll dabble in that as well. And then we can provide that solution to the customer. It's a nice, fun, fast-paced environment. And to wrap it up a little bit with the technical portion of this, just to picture here, that reference standard that we have, that we've developed, that we have patents on, is used not just here in the United States, but as I mentioned, 50 other countries. Some of our key customers are national labs, where they are the defining body for what a the accuracy of a watt hour is in that entire country, such as PTB in Germany, CNAM in Mexico, and Metro in Brazil, NRC in Canada, NIST in the United States, NIM in China, many other countries as well.
And I'm sure that makes sense to you, but for those of you, just in case, so an inch, right, on your ruler is an inch, and that's what the deviation, right? And there's some place that has to say, this is what is an inch, period. Otherwise, rulers can end up getting longer and longer or shorter and shorter because there would be no consistency of saying what's an inch. So these are the entities that set what is the measurement of a watt hour. And then based on that, with the plus or minus of uncertainty to either end, that's what's defined as the watt hour. And then that's what utilities can bill for.
And so with our products that the national labs are using, they're using our high-end products that are typically 0.005% accurate. So that's the window that they're working with, but they can also do studies with the equipment and narrow that down because that accuracy is across the entire operating range. So they can narrow that down for their specific application and monitor that accuracy just as you would with a ruler or any other measurement device.
A gallon of gasoline.
Gallon of gasoline.
Make sure you're not paying more for, you got a gallon of gas, but a gallon didn't get dispersed, right? They have to have those regulators on the pumps to make sure that when liquid is dispersed, it's truly a gallon. And that's truly a watt hour.
And again, for the Radian products, over 300 million utility meters have been tested against our equipment. And that shows again that the accuracy of that meter is being transferred to those, of our reference standards being transferred to those meters. Meters today, they used to be 2% accurate. They're getting closer and closer, 1%. Someday they'll be at 0.5 or 0.2% accurate. So we need to stay ahead of the curve with our 0.04, 0.02, and 0.01% accurate devices. Just now, I'll hand it over to Renee.
Yeah, that's some of the fundamental things that we manufacture and produce at Radian, but in addition to that, we have a great working environment. Do you want to advance those slides for me? And I'll just
Yes.
look at you, not yet. So we're always looking for talent, right? So always looking for engineering staff, technician staff. Our technicians typically have what's the WT degree now? Do you guys, what's
ECET.
ECET degree is what it would be now? And then as well as tech support, they also have ECET degrees. We have technical support for the software and for the hardware side.
And a lot of the employees people that we employ are double E's, ME's, CS majors for software.
Yeah, that's the kind of talent that we need in our facility because we do all the work ourselves. For engineering, it's the core of our team, right? We develop our own projects, we engineer our own products, we push the boundaries of the electricity, energy, measurement, excellence, and innovation. That's difficult to say. Our engineers are involved throughout the product cycle. So they do from new product ideas, new product implementation, developing the new product, and then even beyond when the product's released, it's to sustaining. So we have products that we developed 20 years ago. We're still engineering to keep those going for those customers, because as we do that and support them, then when they have large orders to replace, they'll do it with us instead of a competitor. So we are in there, old technology to new technology, becoming brilliant all the time about how to solve problems in order to keep those customers loyal to Radian. We have exceptional electrical, software, mechanical engineers, and we need them all the time. So whether you see a job posted or not, you meet this type of category, apply to us. We have created many positions for the right candidates. The technicians, like I said, they do the ECET, they need the electrical engineering degrees as well in order to be able to technically support our products and do the calibrations and repairs. We have both production and service technicians on both sides, and they work collaboratively together. And then we have them work in the service and metrology lab to troubleshoot, repair, and calibrate not only Radian equipment, we also do some of our competitors' equipment that we will repair, and we have been contracted from other entities to help us work out solutions and challenges that they're having. So we do Radian equipment, but we also do other entity equipment as well. Technical support, those are our technical support engineers. They're on the phone with our customers, helping our customers to solve problems that they're having all day, getting either their software or their hardware to work properly. You got to think about this. We have several of our customers say they worked out of this office at Duke, right? And their customer is 4 hours away. They get to the 4-hour drive to the remote location. They go to test the meter and it doesn't work properly. They go to test the CT, it doesn't work properly. Something's wrong with the transformer, something's wrong with the equipment, and they call us and they need those technical support engineers to help them get done what they needed so they don't have to drive 4 hours back and then drive 4 hours again, right? That's a huge waste of time. So constantly on the phone, there's also lots of both domestic and international travel to go perform training and to perform other types, and we're always looking for new ways that we can help our customers. How do we help you set up your meter shop? How do we help you with Six Sigma lean workshops? We do all that kind of training. In addition to these things, our company is 100% employee owned. When you become an employee at Radian Research, you become an owner of the company. That is extremely unique. ESOPs are very unique throughout the U.S. and they have marketably research shows the longevity of the employees there, the longevity of the business and how the business is run is substantially different than a traditional business. The employees, because it is employee owned, they are beneficial owners, so there's no deduction from your pay. You don't pay anything for it, you're 100% beneficial owner, but you are an owner as an employee, and you own the value of the stock that's attributed to your account as an employee owner. As the stock price grows within the business, your value, your share value in the business grows. And what we could do with us being 100% employee owned is just say that. The only thing that an ESOP company is required to provide to its employees is a statement one time a year telling you the value in your account. But Radian chooses to go above and beyond and actually use that ownership as a way to drive the culture throughout the business. And we do that culture driving through things like open book management. We openly share exactly how the business is doing as if you are an owner of the business. We share the annual plan, we share the progress, we are transparent. We share most everything except for salary data. We don't share independent salaries. When I talk about driving that culture within our business, beyond the monetary of having the value in your account, we want to create a very positive experience where people are accountable. Go ahead to the next slide. They're informed and participative, continuous improvement mindset, and it talks here about engaging all of our employees. So we engage our employees through self-managed teams. With the management team, so you got people like Joel and I at Radian, what we've learned to do is get out of our employees' way. Those people who are doing the job every day, they know more of the solutions. They know what they need, and what we are is we're resources to those employees who come to us and say, I need X, Y, Z if you need me to get this done. Okay, let me go get you X, Y, Z. That's what you need, let's get it supported and done. The self-managed teams are not managed by managers. They're managed by we've got engineers that do that. We have our production employees that are part of these self-managed teams. These are truly self-managed. They will have a coach, which is typically a member of management, and that coach is just kind of help, guide them, and then also to get them things like budget and hours, if they need hours, if they need equipment, make sure that they've got the equipment they need, make sure that they have the support that they need from upper levels of management. So we talk about working as a team. So even if you're not on a self-managed team, the management team and the employees work very collectively and collaboratively all day. We do have currently less than 100 actual employees. We have several contract employees, but as far as actual Radian employees, we are under 100, which means our workday is incredibly dynamic. We get a lot done, so you need to wear a lot of hats in order to do that. So lots of exciting things going on, constantly working collaboratively and collectively in order to get those items addressed. We analyze, we make improvements, we learn from our mistakes, we're accountable, and we work together to get things done. This is huge. We treat everyone with courtesy, dignity, and respect. Teammates, customers, partners, and honestly, a lot of our competitors actually use bits and pieces of our products in their final product. They don't advertise that, but they do. We've got products that are the most accurate in the world. They need our products embedded inside theirs. And so even when they're a competitor, they'll also often find their customers. And our fellow teammates on the Radian team are our fellow employee owners. So courtesy, dignity, and respect. In addition to that, one of the big things that you'll learn about ESOP companies is they tend to be very involved in the community in which they operate, and we are very community involved as well. We give gratitude and we give back to our community. So in the ways we do that, we participate in United Way. We have a backpack program where for children, for elementary students, for lunch. Prior to the COVID situation, a lot of things have changed during COVID, right? But prior to that, there were several children in elementary school. They couldn't afford school lunches. We participated in the backpack program to give them school lunches and to also give them lunches food over the weekend. Because if they have government subsidized lunches while at school, they don't have that during the weekend or during breaks. So we would come in and fill that need during that time. We have two pillars for which we stand. The first one is our customers. Customers as our first primary pillar is the focus of Radian. We listen to our customers, we serve them, we care for our customers, and we appreciate them. These are our core tenets that you see here. There's 8 of them. Those are identity, that's who we are. We have candor, we have integrity, passion, excellence, respect, we're loyal. We have gratitude, we're optimism. I think I said respect already, but it's worth mentioning twice. And the second pillar is our team. We value our customers, we value our team. Those are the 2 pillars for which we stand. Our team is the heart of Radian. It's how we do all those things for our customers. We build our team, we develop, empower, and inspire our team. These are our action principles. This is how we behave. This is what we do. We exceed, we grow, discern, engage, innovate, adapt. We give and we own. And I think that is the last of what we had to present to you guys today to explain some information to you about Radian Research, where we are, who we are, what we do, and why. And we have interview time slots that you can sign up for us tomorrow, right, at location booth K5.
K15.
K15. K15 in the Memorial Mall. And then we have on the last slide here some information about where our corporate headquarters are. You can see on our slide deck we have both our Pearl, Mississippi address as well as our corporate, the Radian Research. And actually how we got our Pearl, Mississippi facility, they were our largest customer. They were one of the individuals that was taking our reference standard and putting it inside their test board. We purchased our largest customer. Their founder wanted to retire, and so he joined with us, sold it to us, and is actually still participating with us as a member of our board of directors. And so that's actually how we acquired that business in Pearl, Mississippi, called Watt Hour Engineering, was the name of that business acronym, WIGO. But you can email us anytime if you'd like to send your resume, if you have anything you'd like us to consider, careers@radianresearch.com. Our website is here. What questions do you have?
You guys want to write up on the map for tomorrow's project? If you go to Career Fair Plus on the app, you should have the tabs on the bottom. Fair map is one of the bottom tabs, and so you should be able to see whichever company you have buttons with the logo. You guys will have the maps in your
Maps in the folder for tomorrow. I told her yes, I'm not
Nope.
no, we don't. Do what?
It should be in your check and folder. Please.
Oh, okay. Did we do a good job telling you how great Radian is? Are you surprised to learn there's businesses like this, like right here in this area, or is that kind of what you expected?
I was pretty surprised to hear there's businesses here. I'm from the East Coast, so everything's kind of there. So it's always interesting to hear about what's in the Midwest.
We got a little bit going on.
I'm from the Midwest, so it wasn't that much of a surprise.
That's what you knew to expect, because this is on. It's a great place to work, and being employee-owned is huge. I know that a lot of places might not, because it's not common, it might not resonate very well with people, but it is huge. It is a game changer, in my opinion, working for an employee-owned company versus being a number at a large organization. But again, it depends on what it is you're looking for your career. And I know there's lots of people who kind of want to go in, they want their scope very narrow and very defined, they just kind of want to do that and then, focus on what's going on the weekend and not so much. And then there's other people who really have that job enrichment by knowing that they have a large band of influence. When you work for a company that is employee-owned, your band of influence and your level of autonomy is significant. And that just depends on what you're looking for your job enrichment experience.
Makes it fun, interesting, challenging.
Challenge, yeah, fun challenge.
Fun, challenging.
Yeah. Because I frankly would get bored. I don't know if it's called ADD or what it is, but I need to, have stuff going on to keep my attention. And if I just had to do one thing all day, I'd be like.
And in our market, utility energy market, that's not something that we foresee going away. Even as there's discussion about DC now versus AC, or you have wind energy or solar energy, all of those things touch what we do as well, all the newer technologies.
Well, and we do work with that.
We work with
wind
them.
farms, with the.
Any of that energy that's coming from a wind farm or from a solar farm that goes back onto the grid has to be metered or
Yeah, it's all
measured.
chargeable commerce as well. They pay for that, right? I mean, those wind farms aren't out there for free.
You guys work with the wind farms around here.
Yeah, so what we do is those wind farms generate energy, right? That energy is measured in what? Watt hours. Watt hours. So
Or megawatt hours.
because it's over time, right? So it's measured. So then that measurement has to be metered in order for them to say, this is how much I can charge the utility because this is how much I put back on the grid, right? This is how much I consume myself. So I have my own generated energy. And then I also sell some back to the grid because I make money off of it. To do that, they've got to be able to measure that. That meter that measures it and testing whether or not that watt hour is getting measured correctly, that's what our equipment does.
And yes, we work with, I myself, I've been to wind farms, been inside where the meters are located with the battery backup storage, and help test those meters. From our customer point of view, we do encourage our engineers, our technical staff to go on site and to visit our customers from time to time.
We've been contacted by a state Department of Weights and Measures that say, okay, we have companies that are setting up automobile charging stations, and similar to making sure the gasoline pump is pumping out 1 gallon, these charging stations that are going to charge for you to plug in your car to charge it are going to charge for that. Well, you're going to charge based on how much energy you consume. So they contacted us, how do we measure that? How do you do that? Well, that's where we come into play. We develop solutions like that.
So I guess one question I have for both of you would be, what's kind of like been that one moment that you've been, or if you have like, if you've had like a specific moment working at Radian where you've been like, wow, I'm really proud of something of working with this company.
One of the reference standards that was up there when I was an engineering technician, I helped the owner, who before he passed away, in completing that. I was technician level doing a lot of testing, helping iron out some of the last of the details before it gets released. Those same reference standards, I've also been able to go to Brazil and Mexico and other countries to see it being used. And that was kind of a very nice, humbling thing to see the impact that I've made in working with those.
She asked us what our wow moment was. That was Joel's wow moment. I have lots of wow moments. Mine are just how much the business trusts me to do whatever we need to do to satisfy the customer, to get the customer what they need the way that they need it. And to have 6 teammates on board in 10 minutes or less in order to make something happen. The size of our business enables me the autonomy, the flexibility to get a lot of people together, from VPs, directors, managers, employees, and take care of the customer right now with very little red tape, very little pushback. It is all about all hands on deck, all hands on board, continuously improve, and get that customer what they need the way that they need it. Significant amount of Radian pride, and I see that daily. And part of that pride is from the information, because we are transparent the way that we are. We're given data. When, maybe we're off on some of our sales targets or whatever, every single person in the company knows that. So then if we go, hey, we have this customer that has a large quote out there, they're getting ready to order, that this piece of equipment just went down, they're like, oh my goodness, that's a customer that has that large quote out there, we better get this done right now because we know we need to make up for these sales dollars. They know that. The shipping clerk knows that, as well as the VP of sales and marketing. Every person in our company is aware of what's going on in the water. And that helps them do better at their job. They're not just in a silo going, I don't know, I just, pick things up and put them down. I don't know why. They know why. I'm excited. Yeah, if you have to work, I think that's the place to do it. I'm sorry, if you get to work.
If you get to work.
If you're somebody lucky enough who gets to work, Radian's the place to be. And it's close, right here. All right. Do what?
There's plenty of student housing.
Plenty of student housing. No, that's not true, right?
Oh, not this year.
No, it's terrible student housing. 8 people in 4 beds. It's fine. People are meant to sleep on the floor. It's fine.
We started on the floor.
That's right. In kindergarten, right? Y'all just had your mats, 30 people to a room. It's all good. Do you know how to get a hold of us if you have any questions after you leave today and you want to reach out? My name is Renee Mundell. If you go on our website and look at our operating management, Joel and I are both shown on our operating management, so you can look us both up that way as well if you're not sure how to reach out to us. And if you do email either Radian Research, if you email Radian@radianresearch.com, that's a general mailbox, and you can direct a message to Joel or I, or to careers@radianresearch.com. If you direct an email to Joel or I from either of those email addresses, we will get it. And then I guess you're welcome to say, if you have questions for us that you would like to ask outside of here, we're going to be in what room?
You can go to the company lounge and then students who go to still continue discussion.
Go to the company lounge and we'll be there for a bit if you have any questions that you'd like to ask. Not in front of everyone. No, we got a big group.
I guess with no more questions left right now, and with the next company coming in about 10 minutes or so, we can wrap this up, I guess. Thank you so much to Radian Research for coming to take their time presenting to all of us today. And I know we all, us at PESC, look forward to having you guys tomorrow and you guys getting to meet some of our incredible students. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for your time today.
Thanks for listening. Hope we weren't too boring.
Do we hit this transition again?
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, now you minimize the program. There you go, and then whenever you're ready, you can start. And you'll be live streaming as well. Whenever you're done, I'll come up here and...
You want to start till 3:30 or kick it off?
Up to you guys. It seems most of them are in there. And a few of them may come in a bit later, depending on when classes are and stuff.
Okay.
Awesome.
Great.
Yeah, go ahead.
Afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Kiewit info session. My name is Rob Culver. I graduated from Purdue in 2005 through the CEM program, hired on with Kiewit immediately, and since then been working with our Deep Foundations division across the country.
My name is Matt Lieberman. I work in our Kansas City location, electrical engineer, working in power delivery substations. I've been with Kiewit about 5 years, graduated from Purdue in 2014.
I'm Emily Murphy. I live in Washington, D.C., and I'm working on a new train station project near where the Amazon HQ2 headquarters are in Alexandria, Virginia. I actually started as an intern with Mass Electric Kiewit back in 2011, came on full-time in 2014. Not go to Purdue, actually the rivalry for this week, I went to Notre Dame, but definitely fond of Indiana, the state of Indiana.
I'm glad you pointed it out. I was going to.
It always comes up.
We're all friends.
My name is Ren Schmidt. I graduated from Purdue in 2011. I've been with Kiewit for 10 years now. I am currently working just south of Chicago, near Joliet, on a power plant.
And then my name is Ashley Wenzel. I am a university recruiter, so I sit in Omaha, Nebraska, and I support a few of our different business units that are represented here. I've been with Kiewit a little over 2 years now, but I've been here previously with my former life, so excited to be back on campus. I also did not graduate from Purdue. I have a little Minnesota in me, so Minnesota State is where I went to school, but we're excited to be here.
All right, we'll kick it off. By show of hands, how many of you guys have heard about Kiewit previous to this? Okay. Well, we've been in business for 130 years, and you know we regularly ranked in the top 5 contractors in North America by revenue. So, pretty well-known organization, and I like to think very well respected as well. So as I said, if you did the math quick, 130 years, we were established in 1884. Fun fact, if you find an office with a 4-digit PIN code or yard, that's how you get in. In 2020, we performed about $12.5 billion in revenue over a wide range of markets, and I'll go through those, or we'll go through those over the course of this presentation. We employ over 2,000 engineers and design professionals. That's just our engineering wing. We have quite a few, I think close to 30,000 employees now in engineering and field operations. My favorite thing about Kiewit is the wide array of work we get to do, and then largely just the huge scope of work that we get to do. I've been on numerous billion-dollar projects and even one $5 billion project over my almost 20 years with the company. And my second favorite thing is our opportunities for growth and use of your degree. From day one, even as an intern, I did 3 internships with Kiewit starting in 2003 while I was a student here at Purdue, and from day one, it's obvious that you're going to get a huge degree of responsibility. Even throughout my internships, I was given a lot of responsibility to the point that when I hired on full-time, thankfully, I was able to start at a higher rung in the ladder just because you get so much to do. I think that, I've obviously really enjoyed learning from all these different industry experts over all of our various markets that we work in. I always think about this conversation I had with a a manager of mine later on in my career, and he happened to be around day one when I joined full-time, and he was telling me afterwards they were all betting on which one of us, which of us would make it, and they said, well, we weren't sure about you. But as you moved along in the company and started to get teams to lead, and that's really where you showed that you were going to make it. And so you very quickly you'll see that you're leading teams, projects, and departments at a very young age. We regularly spend more than any other construction company on yearly training of our people. HR has come up with this $8,500 per employee each year number, and I back calculated a little bit on what they've spent on me, and I think it's pretty close. It's an emphasis on our training and career development for sure, all the way up through executive leadership. I guess before I get into reimbursement a little bit, the in-house training is really where Kiewit shines. We've built and maintain a facility in Omaha called Kiewit University, where they give probably 40 different courses a couple times a year, and they are all, they're split up into what we call corporate and technical schools. Corporate schools are all the basic job knowledge that you may need, and then the technical schools are all formwork school, concrete school, electrical school, things like that you get signed up for. You're able to self-enroll based on what your needs are on upcoming projects. That's just corporate training. Kiewit is split up into divisions across the country, and so there's a lot of local training as well. On top of that, we do reimburse for outside tuition costs as well. I've alluded to it a couple times, but there is a ton of room to take responsibility early on in your career at Kiewit. We encourage it. We train you for it. Really, we depend on it. We have various locations across the country. We work in 7 different markets, and you'll see a little bit more details on all those markets throughout this presentation. I'll turn it over to Emily now.
So speaking of the various markets, this is so the first one we'll go over oil, gas, and chemical. So Kiewit is all across the country, from big cities to small towns, north, south, east, west, and so one of them is typically a lot of plants or offshore, so that can be out in the ocean and things like that. So this is one of our main markets, and like I said, this one is pretty widespread across the country. Power, so power is pretty important subject, and you'll see too, especially as we have so many different natural disasters and things like that too, the importance of the power grid and renewables and transmission and energy, and this industry in particular I think is going to just continue to grow over the years, especially as different resources are pushed and different companies are looking to have different sources of power versus just the traditional ones. So lots of different engineering, construction that goes into it. We do all the different categories. I'm not too familiar with all nuclear power, but I know for sure we do a lot of different solar projects, gas-fired, and then, like it said, transmission and delivery as well. Transportation, this is the one that I actually work in. It doesn't specifically say it up there, but rail is another division of transportation. So Mass Electric is one of the subsidiaries of Kiewit, and we have 2 different divisions actually, power and transportation. And so transportation covers rail, roads, bridges, tunnels, different airport facilities,
Marines, so I know I'm out in Washington DC right now, and now I'm on a train station, but before that, actually worked on the Arlington Memorial Bridge Rehabilitation Project. So for me personally, that was a really, really fascinating project. It was a part of history. We had to take off the different like handrail supports, the light poles, and none of that got to get thrown away or anything. It's a historical bridge, and so everything had to get preserved. You had to label everything. It had to go in the exact same spot afterwards, after we had repaved and everything like that. And so with Kiewit, you'll get a lot of those types of opportunities. It's not just the typical maybe hospital project or building project, but these are some really massive and can be really historical projects, and that's definitely one of my favorite aspects. Every time now I even like ride my bike over the bridge, I always point out to my boyfriend, and like, somebody had to order those lights, like, I know who ordered those lights, and I think he's sick of it by now, but I still find it interesting. Another big division of ours is water. So as you can see up there, dams, reservoirs, water tunnels. There was a dam up in Northern California that had failed a couple years ago, needed emergency repairs. Kiewit was selected as that. A lot of the times the Kiewit name, especially across the country, is known as a company that will get it done. Whatever the problem is, and particularly on different time constraints, that really, we have a good reputation and we really value that reputation, but we get it by getting the job done. Even, on the East Coast, not so much on the water side, but just even in terms of some of our transportation projects have a 3-month shutdown window. I know the same has been for the emergency repairs. People turn to us to get things done, and we really value that reputation. Like it says, water, tunnels, aqueducts, and then wastewater treatment facilities. This too is going to be a big one in the next couple of years as well, I believe. I know actually up in St. Joe, or at least near St. Joe, we had a wastewater treatment facility project not too long ago as well. And then industrial, this is a broad definition of what industrial, but it basically is, any other huge type of project. So like it says up there, aluminum for our cars, paper plates or for our picnics, beverages we consume. Industrial is anything that takes it to get there. And like I mentioned earlier, I always think about like somebody had to order the light. Somebody had to do everything to get a project to where it is, from material suppliers, manufacturing. We're involved in all of it. And I think that's also really important, because as the economy can go up and down, different industries can, go down one year, up the other. And so a benefit to working at Kiewit is it's 6 or 7 different industries. And so as industries go in cycle, Kiewit as a whole has never had a losing year profit-wise. And a big reason for that is because of how diverse we are. It also means that whatever your passion is, we typically have a spot for you. You also, if it doesn't happen too frequently, but you could start in rail, work on that for a couple of years, see how it's going with the foundation people who are building the bridges where the train's going to run over. And if you really feel like that's actually your calling, you do have the opportunity to talk to managers and stuff about getting on some of those types of projects. It doesn't always happen. It's actually not super frequent, but I personally liked knowing that. It also is an opportunity for me working as one of our subsidiaries. The Memorial Bridge project isn't a typical project that we do, but the electrical scope there was so unique that nobody else would honestly bid it. And so Kiewit had the project, we're known as the smaller sibling, but turned to us and said, hey, we've got this really complicated or unique electrical scope. Can you help us out? And so we had 3 or 4 of us go over to that project for a little bit and got to work on a bridge. And that only happened because we're all one company and we can turn to each other for help from time to time. Another aspect is we do have the traditional buildings. We actually have a group called Kiewit Building Group. They also can work on some pretty interesting projects, like I know, well, I don't actually know the ins and out of it, but I know we work on projects at the Capitol building and things like that. They also work throughout the country, and then as the industry and markets are shifting, we do work on a lot of LEED certified buildings. My project as a train station is actually one of these as well, so although we're not the prime contractor on the job, it's definitely, LEED is definitely something that you need to be aware of. It comes into play between concrete or different type of materials, just being familiar with everything that goes into it. That's definitely another industry that we see increasing in size over the next few years. Then mining. This, like it says, we have over 70 years of experience. We have a ton of mines throughout the U.S. and up in Canada. So this is definitely one of those industries that we've been doing for a long time. We've gotten pretty good at it. And it's one that, although other industries are increasing, this one we don't see going away anytime soon. All right, and with that, I'll turn it on over.
All right, so Kiewit as a company is a construction-based company, but we also have a lot of engineering. So Kiewit is broken up into many subsidiaries. I'm a part of Kiewit Engineering and Design. So that's a subsidiary based in Kansas City. We've really been expanding a lot. We started primarily just in the power market. We've expanded to industrial and many other groups so far. Some of our other subsidiaries are shown above. Some include like TIC, Mass Electric, Dynetics. These different subsidiaries support our construction projects in different areas in different markets around the country. You'll work with different subsidiaries. So me as an engineer will work with different subsidiaries based on where a project is located and what market I'm working in. So for instance, for power, if we're building a power plant, say in a state that only has union labor, we'll go with one subsidiary, where if it's open shop to have non-union labor, we'll go with a different subsidiary. And so as a job at Kiewit, you could get a job as a field engineer. This is where you'll be working on the different construction projects. So as a field engineer, you're pretty much on site at the project at all times. Whenever a project finishes, you'll either end up going to a home office or over to another site. In this position, you'll pretty much be learning how to manage a project, how to supervise your subcontractors, and then you're also dealing with vendors. So say for a power plant, you've got people coming to install wiring, so you'll oversee your wiring subcontractors. Well, to install wiring, you also have to deal with vendors that bring in all your wiring, so you're dealing with material handling as well as dealing with some contractors who will be installing everything. Some day-to-day responsibilities: preparing work plans, knowing what you're going to be doing for the day. Quality control, making sure everything is built correctly, built to what the engineering designs are. You'll manage, track materials, schedule equipment that needs to be there on site, and it says address safety problems. This is something that Kiewit handles very seriously. Safety is a top priority of ours, so it's everyone's responsibility to make sure everything is running safely. And then design engineering, this is what I work in. So I work in an office in Kansas City. So I work on substation, well, I work with anything power, from substations, power plants, solar fields, wind farms. We've done a little bit in battery storage as well. So some of our day-to-day responsibilities, as you can see here, drafting 3D modeling, project layout meetings, design reviews. So most of our projects are what they call EPC, engineer, procure, construct. So we do everything from designing the entire project, procuring the materials, and building it ourselves. So as an engineer, we work closely with both our procurement and our construction teams as well. We work cross-discipline with many different engineers. So for example, a substation, There'll be many electrical engineers on the team, as well as civil engineers, structural engineers, all working together to create a project. We'll have different design reviews along the way, interact with our client about our design as we go along. Yeah.
And then life at Kiewit. All right.
Does not have all the notes at the bottom?
No, all right. Okay, all right, life at Kiewit. So, talk about some of our core values. That's what I actually want to mention on top of these core values is some of the things when it comes to, I guess my background. I'm on the construction side. I'm currently on my 4th power plant that I've worked on in my 10 years with the company. But when it comes to Kiewit, I'd say our number one thing is safety. A lot of companies I've had internships with would talk about safety as being a priority, but they didn't really walk the walk. With Kiewit, that's different. It actually means something to us. People take the staff, the company takes it very seriously. Secondly, quality. A big thing about our work is with our clients. We kind of mentioned in some of the past comments about our reputation. When it comes to quality, that's what helps build our reputation, because on top of safety, having a good safety record, but also giving our clients a quality product. And lastly, environmental kind of ties in with safety, but also just paying attention to all the environmental aspects of a project as well.
All right. Let's see, opportunities you want, tools you need. So,
I can kind of talk on this one.
Sure.
So kind of going into your career, we've talked about this on a lot of our different slides, and hopefully you're getting that message that you really get to determine what your career looks like. So there's a lot of different paths that you can go. Obviously you have to perform to be able to continue to move on and develop, but the opportunities are really endless for what you can go into. We are all about feedback, recognition throughout. Want to make sure that you're receiving that recognition and constructive feedback throughout the way, so you know what's really working well and what we need to improve upon. We call it right time feedback. So it's not just once a year, but really making that consistent, where you're always getting that feedback. And then collaboration across teams. So you've heard, obviously, we have Kiewit, we have business units, we have subsidiaries within those business units, so we work together. So there's kind of that cross, I don't want to say contamination, but we're operating together, a pollination, where we're kind of supporting all those avenues. So you're not just going to be working with the same people day in and day out, so just different opportunities there. But for yourself, as you're looking at opportunities, whether it's internship, full-time, how many underclassmen, so juniors or younger, do we have in here? Okay, and then seniors getting ready to graduate. Okay, so there's a lot of different things that you're looking in that, whether it's for your internship or full-time internship. Some things I want to talk about there. We're going to offer kind of housing, so summer housing for you if you are having to relocate for your project. So that's something that we do take care of, as well as we provide a one-time payment of $250 to help with assisting, and then also like mileage to get you to and from that project at the beginning and end of summer, or doing a plane ticket, depending. I know we've had some interns out in Hawaii, so kind of hard to get a car there, so we're doing more flights on that side for you. Then on the full-time, so these are things, you're looking at a career, but then you also want to look at the benefits to make sure that you're weighing your options there. Now for our benefits, within our medical care, really top tier that we're offering compared to our competitors. So on average, Kiewit covers about 75% of the cost of benefits for you. So we're paid on a weekly basis, so benefit kind of payments are taken out weekly that you're paying. And I think I have a family on mine, so I have a few more people that I'm covering, but I know for people like single, so if it's just yourself, I think on average, like it's probably $25, $30 a month maybe that you're paying. It could be a little more, but you're having top-tier coverage benefits there too. So we do try to take care of our employees in that sense. But then also, you know, pre-tax our HSA savings account, so that's something that you can always take advantage of. But then our wellness program, so this is something, if you're active, like to stay healthy, we give back to you in that sense. So if you work out or go to the gym 6 times a month, you can track that, and then you'll get reimbursement each month for doing that. And then paid time off. So this was kind of unheard of when I started. I'm like, wow, how many days do you get full-time? But starting full-time with us after graduation, you would be getting 20 days PTO. So it's a lot of time for you to use how you wish. So even though we work really hard, we put in those hours, we want to make sure that you're taking time off for yourself and can be rewarded on that side. And then maternity and paternity leave, so this is something that they're kind of adjusting at this point. I think we have open enrollment here in October. So little birdies have said there's going to be some small adjustments there, but we do offer both maternity and paternity leave for our employees, and then tuition reimbursement, which Rob had covered previously. And then just kind of the last thing within financial, looking into your retirement, your 401k. So Kiewit does dollar-for-dollar matching on your 401k up to 6%. And then we have this great additional annual contribution that the company makes. So depending upon our company performance, they will put back or put in an additional 0 to 4% in based off of our annual performance for the company. So for this last year, I know we don't want to kind of think about 2020, but for the year that it was really a record year for Kiewit. We got 4% back, so the most that you could get. Our performance was there. We were really performing there. But really the past several years, it's been anywhere from 2 to 4%. So a nice little added bonus that you can have there. And then which one of you, stock program? Who would like to grab one?
So Kiewit is an employee-owned company, essentially. And so I think over like 7,000 employees are stockholders at this point. Usually you're become a stockholder after you've been employed with Kiewit for 5 years or so, 5, 6 years, something like that. It's a very, known in the industry as a very lucrative retirement opportunity. It's a great, and beyond that, and what I think is even more important is it helps you understand where everybody's motivations are that you're working with. You're all pulling the rope in the same direction, as they say. You're not looking to understand why this guy's doing a certain thing. Is he being cheap because he's just trying to be a low-cost producer? It's really, it really engenders everybody to think of the money as their own that they're spending out on the job. So that's a great byproduct of being an employee-owned company.
Yeah, and it's really it's an honor to get in, so you're not just automatically given that, and it's only current Kiewit employees that can be in it. So if someone retires or leaves the organization, they are bought out at that point.
All right, so some community service and philanthropy events. So this is something that each, again, from my experience, different projects I've been on, they take their own responsibility to kind of do their own philanthropy. So you can see you can have some small project or small events where a few people volunteer here with Habitat for Humanity. I know a lot of times they can even be events like the project where we have maybe 100 people just all pitch in and contribute to Toys for Tots. But a lot of people take this very seriously. They love to be able to give back to the community that they're in and show their involvement in that community. So it's, a lot of people really love that opportunity to give back. What's this one? Every Voice Matters. So I think this also mentioned before, just the collaborative nature between all the different districts. So I think all of us are all from different districts within the company, but that doesn't mean that you're not going to have the opportunity to talk to each other. So you get to reach out and network with a lot of people. So in part of this, there's opportunities for, let's see,
Actually, this gives me a better list here. If I can get to it. So, talks about, women in Kiewit is a big one, especially on my project right now. My project manager is the first woman in the company to win the most prestigious award within the company. So that's kind of a big deal to me that I get that opportunity to work for her. So she's one of the faces for women within Kiewit. The minority and women's scholarships, I've got the whole list of them in here that I'm not personally a part of, but there's different organizations within the company that reach out a couple times a year to make sure everyone's has the opportunity to be included in each of those programs. Family focused policies, this is something that within the company that a lot of times people can really get deep and involved in their work and kind of lose focus of the priorities, and you always got to step back and remember that work-life balance. So making sure you always remember that who your family is. Company-wide mentorship network. I know I've got mentors that are not always available to me, or let me rephrase that. They are always available to me, but they're not readily working next to me all the time. Like one of my mentors is actually in his district. So that's something that your people that you can reach out to or can be anywhere. And also within the company, especially with how often we work with unions. In a lot of the unions, you'll have a lot of military veterans. So that's a big, it's important to a lot of people, just that military appreciation within the company. So, and as we've mentioned before, it's an employee-owned company. So once you get in there, you'll get recognized that you start thinking about the company as if it's your own, that every dollar you spend is almost as if it's a dollar out of your own pocket. Is this how I want to choose to spend the company's money as if it's my own? So it helps you kind of think about the company in long term and not just the day-to-day. It really helps us be lucrative as was mentioned.
Yeah, and then, just as you can see, we're always kind of those best places to work, I would say, within our competitors. So we've won some prestigious awards there, and just wanting to make sure that we are the best within the business. And then I think next slide just goes into kind of what's next. So I know we have tomorrow the fair outside, so we're excited. Everyone ready. So hopefully you've signed up on Career Fair Plus for those times. I know we do still have a few available. So, after today, if this is something that you have that interest in, definitely take a look at our roles and come talk to us tomorrow. You do have to sign up for a time. You can't just come up to the booth. So I know that's a big thing. So just make sure that you select the time, as we would love to be able to connect with you. And then as you can see, you can go on kiewitjobs.com, view our open roles. We have both our internship opportunities and our full-time opportunities available. So depending upon, if there's a market of work that you're really interested in, dig into that, because we're going to have districts or business units, as we call them, that are going to focus on that. And also, too, if there's a region of the country, looking at that. And two, if you're just uncertain what you want to do or where you want to go, I would recommend connecting with one of us tomorrow so we can help answer those questions and kind of guide you along the way. And then obviously, social media, you can always follow us there. We're everywhere that you can be. But I know that took a little over a half hour. We want to open it up for questions for you all if you have any. Just a time for us to answer those for you, and just thank you for coming to our presentation today. So what questions do you all have?
So I was interested in the internships that your company offers, and I was wondering how often is it that you hire freshmen, or is it like more of the other?
So I will say we will hire freshmen. Typically, though, we're looking more at the, starting sophomore level. But I would say that we're always considering. So if that is something I know some of our districts are more open to that based off of if you've had any, especially too, if you've had any experience before starting school. So if you did maybe a summer internship before coming in. So not that we only focus sophomore and up, but we are seeing a lot more sophomores kind of at that level because they've had some experience.
Right, okay.
So for the stock compensation program, can you like elect to like, I guess, do half of your salary in stocks and half in like actual like paychecks, like direct deposit?
It's not a stock compensation program, it's an employee ownership program, and so the way it works is once a year you get an opportunity to buy Kiewit stock at a certain level based on your performance, based on your position in the company, and some other factors. So it's not a compensation program in that regard.
I have one more question. Are a lot of your contracts private, or is it coming from the government?
I think
very diverse.
Yeah, it is very diverse, but I do think we're starting to, some of our biggest clients are private clients, but we do a significant amount of public infrastructure work as well.
Almost, my whole district is almost all public,
Yeah.
so.
I would say the power guys are almost all private. All the transportation districts are almost all public. So it's market by market.
So like, do you guys take like proposals, like somebody would come up to you guys saying like, hey, we want like have a quote on if you guys can do this, and then you guys would work with the clients and that comes to like a conclusion?
Yeah, we've delivered projects through every contract delivery vehicle you could imagine. We do sole source projects like that where somebody just comes to us and says, hey, I've got a problem, I've got an emergency. So Emily
The
presented
Oroville
on the Oroville spillway where California state government said, hey, we've got a problem, this spillway is about to implode and we need repairs done like tomorrow. We do bid build projects where projects are competitively bid, rip and read style. We do, you heard the power guys talk about engineer, procure, and construct EPC model, design build models.
So for the EPC, I'm sorry, like, well, last one. So for the EPC model, do you guys actually propose to the clients, or is it like it's a mix?
So we competitively bid a lot of our EPC contracts against other firms just like ourselves. So we'll bid a design. We do have a chance to give what we call value engineering. So they'll have like a base design that they want done, and sometimes we can improve upon it for a cheaper price for them and provide that. Now there are going to be set standards that a owner wants, and then we can try to expand upon that to improve their design.
All right, cool, thanks.
I have a question for the last presenter. How's the work environment inside Kiewit? How you said that you have 10 years in Kiewit. Why you are 10 years in Kiewit? So what makes that you to stay 10 years in Kiewit?
Personally, it's with my district. My district is power generation. So I build power plants. That's what I've been doing for 10 years. And the one thing about power plants is you can't stay in one city and then keep building power plants. So I've been moving all over the country. So I started off, I graduated from Purdue. I lived in Kansas City for a minute. Then in my career, I went from Kansas City to New Jersey, back to Kansas City, Kentucky, back to Kansas City, California, back to Kansas City. Now I'm in Chicago. So that's all. Think about that duration all over 10 years. So what I like about the company is I work with a lot of people that do that exact same thing and have that same nature of lifestyle. So I like it because they are my family now. I don't have the luxury of living down the street from mom and dad and having them do favors for me. So that's one of the things I love. But one of the bigger things than that is the competitive nature of the company. So a lot of people I work with are just naturally competitive. So we all want to do good. We all want to help each other do good. So it's just that lifestyle is why I like it so much.
One more question. What about the opportunities for graduate students? The graduate students level?
Yeah, so there are going to be opportunities, I think, amongst all the districts, just for different opportunities. I mean, it could still be within our field or our design side, depending upon where you're focused or what your interest is there. They're just going to be a little higher of a level for our graduate students, so we have a button for that.
Graduate students can apply for instance, for field engineer opportunities, I mean, like an entry level field engineer.
Yeah, depending upon what your area of focus or what you're wanting to do within that, yeah, we looked at all different candidates there. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if you guys ever hire MET or mechanical engineering technology intern, what is their day-to-day work is like?
So I would say on the design side, we do prefer that most of our engineers are able to get their professional license. Typically, it'd be more of the mechanical engineering that can get the professional license. Now, we do have some like AutoCAD drafting design for technology, so they would be doing mostly CAD type work, designing the 3D modeling of like our power plants and whatnot. So it would be more towards the design modeling than the engineering design, but both those groups work hand in hand.
I think it depends on what you want. Like his background is on the engineering side, but I'm a double ET graduate myself. So I chose knowing, I guess, when I graduated, knowing that I'd have to jump through an extra couple of hoops to get my PE eventually. I don't know how the program's changed since I graduated, but when I graduated, I decided that's not something I want to pursue. I wanted to go to the construction route. So I'd say there's no difference. You could be an intern or a new hire, you're going to be treated the same way. And that's actually, a lot of times we get interns and new hires at the same time, and you don't know the difference. You get the same work, the same day, treated the same way. It's just at the end of the summer, the interns disappear. That's the only difference.
Engineering design is pretty much the same way, as whether you're an intern or whether you're starting out full-time, we'll put you right into the same work that you'd be doing.
Yeah. And you can have a variety of different majors. It's not like set in stone. Like within my office of 10 people right now, we have civil engineers, construction management majors, mechanical engineers, electrical engineers. So it's a wide variety. It kind of is just up to you and how hard you're going to work and things like that. But it's not like, oh, even though we're called Mass Electric, we only hire electrical engineers. That's definitely not the case. And civil engineering, I did not like actually physics and electricity hardly at all in college, but I have learned it and it makes a lot more sense to me now. But it's definitely, if you come to work with an open mind and a good work ethic, like we will teach you what you need to know. And I think that's pretty safe across all different districts of, like, I couldn't read electrical drawings. I had no idea how to read electrical drawings, and now I work on procurement and installation of transformers, and so you definitely can learn. It's the critical thinking skills that are most important.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So I have a similar question to him. So I want to be a construction engineer and construction CEM, construction engineering management. What are other positions open up to me, like if I were to go full time, or is it just like similar?
Like on a construction site? Or because
Well,
I guess,
Are you asking what other positions are opened up to you because you're going to be a CEO?
Yeah, if there is any at all.
Well, Kiewit has a relationship with the CEM program. We're a partner with that program, so we have at least one intern per class each year. That's just part of our partnership program. I was a CEM student, graduated in 2005, and it's a great way to get your foot in the door with Kiewit, and as long as you enjoy yourself and then work hard for 3 summers, you're going to get a full-time offer. And so I found that to be a very easy way to hire on full-time with Kiewit.
Did you intern with Kiewit while you were in college?
I did 3 years, yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah, because I talked to Brandon Folk, the internship advisor, and he told me about Kiewit, so.
Yeah.
So I come here, yeah.
Well, if you're interested, I'll, not only, I'm sure you're going to come talk to us tomorrow, but I assume you're a freshman?
Yeah, I'm a freshman.
Yeah, so you won't actually choose your major until Christmas time, right?
Yeah.
So I come back and interview all the CEM students in February, once you
Okay.
become a CEM student.
Okay, yeah, definitely, I'll do that.
I feel like, yes.
Yeah, so I was gonna ask, so being an intern, you talked about like being a field engineer, being like a design engineer, like as an intern, do you like touch on those different like fields, or is it like you kind of ask us like what we're interested in, we kind of stick to like one area, or how does that work?
Yeah, so as a design engineer, typically you just be put into one area, whether you're going to work in like our civil group, our structural group, our electrical group. Now we do provide some like throughout your internship, we'll provide like seminars on this is what this industry does, this is what this industry does, this is what this work group does. So I have a chance to learn about what all the other different groups are. But as your like day-to-day work, it'll be into one specific group.
And then I was also going to ask, as an intern, are you kind of helping aid in like multiple projects at one time, or is it just kind of like you kind of are working on one project the entire time? Or?
So that also depends on which group you get put into. So I work in our substation group, so we work on power substations. Those are much smaller than like the power plants that he works on. So if you were to get put in, say, like a power plant group, you're working on one station the entire time. Whereas if you're in power delivery, you could work on a couple of different small projects.
I would say if you're a multi-year, I have partial responsibility with our engineering group in Denver, and I think our interns there, we make a concerted effort to do not only a rotation each summer, put you in another discipline for a couple weeks or a week, but also if you're a multi-year intern, we make a concerted effort to change what discipline you're in each year.
Because I was really interested in the design engineer, because I was kind of thinking about architecture, being able to like draft things and kind of design, but also thinking about the construction engineering management side as well. Just kind of that.
Oh, you're even saying, hey, can I get a rotation out in the field? Yeah, absolutely. We had a couple, maybe 6 engineers out of Denver that we extended offers to next year to go out in the field.
I would say we had a similar instance. We had an intern in our group this summer who worked in our design for power delivery, and the year before he was a field engineer on one of our power plants.
Thank you.
That's a great thing about Kiewit is, a couple people have said it, you just really have to put your hand up and say, hey, I'm interested in this experience.
Yeah, you can never really get bored in your role. I think that's the really neat thing is if you're open to it or want to go somewhere, also to the mobile aspect. Our projects are everywhere. So our map that had kind of the dots all throughout the United States, Canada, and down in Mexico, we really do have projects everywhere. Those are more kind of our business units or district offices, but I mean, if we put dots where we're doing work, the country would be yellow. So really, really a lot of cool places we go. Obviously, there's some small areas too, but landmark projects that we get to work on. So you're good to be part of that, which is neat.
Community service-wise, I know you all talked about how there's a Habitat for Humanity project in Denver and how that you all worked on Bridges to Prosperity in Uganda. I was wondering if those are like just where employees have come together and it's been like, we want to do this, or is that something that's like company funded from Kiewit?
So Bridges to Prosperity started out with a young engineer she's a Purdue student or Purdue graduate named Abby. She works for the Kiewit Bridge and Marine District out of Federal Way, Washington, and she heard about Bridges to Prosperity and brought it to the district manager, and Kiewit's built 12 or 15 bridges now. They spend all year planning. They work with a partner in these areas. Usually it's been in like South America, but lately they've been going to Africa as well. Kiewit pays for all of that, pays for your flights, your vaccinations, everything. And that's just one of the big flashy ones. Every district does philanthropy throughout the year. It could be Toys for Tots, it could be, I've handed out turkeys at Thanksgiving in Omaha. We've done food drives, we've done anything you can imagine that makes us part of the community is a focus of ours. We're a large engineering and construction firm, and when you go to these small towns to build this big power plant, it's important to us that these people know that we're going to treat their towns with respect and become part of the communities for the 4 or 5 years we're there. So that's why it's so a high priority for us to do so.
So just to add to his point, I'm from Houston, and in January there was a snowstorm, and Houston is not used to snowstorm. So there are a lot of people who get damage, home damage or something. So Kiewit in Houston gather a whole team. I was involved in that. We go and fix the community houses, different houses. So it also depends which area you are and where you're settled.
Thank you.
Do you guys have a mentorship program in Kiewit?
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody mentioned it, mentorship network, but that's part of that's basically part of our company culture. We spend, in fact, it's funny how many times you run into your mentors throughout your career. My first superintendent in 2003, when I on my first internship, is now my boss, and we haven't worked with each other for 15 years. And I've kept in touch with him all this time, right? When I needed career advice or he needed help with something, we probably spoke 3 or 4 times a year. For all 15 years we were separated, and just came back together here this year. That was kind of an informal example, but in all of our offices we have formal mentorship networks as well, where we focus on getting younger employees matched up with more tenured employees, usually in different departments or different disciplines, just so people get a broad range of advice and can bounce questions off of people.
Great, thank you. Looks like we're
Outside?
right about time.
Perfect.
I'll just say a little bit. We actually do have a networking lounge for your company as well as anyone who's really interested. And if you want to go outside of your assigned time slot, it's across from the company lounge you guys were in before. And for students, don't forget to fill out that QR code. You want to make sure we track attendance and submit your resumes on there. But also, you guys distributed your own QR codes, obviously be sure to fill it out as well. But if you do want to continue your conversations, we're going to have a networking lounge for you guys as well.
Awesome. Well, thank you all for coming and the wonderful questions. We love getting to meet you all and hope to meet a lot of you again tomorrow for networking as well. So have a great rest of your day.
What interested you in the CEM program?
Well, in high school, I went to program on
Yeah, you don't, if you don't have it for here, are you doing tomorrow? Yeah, we'll take a screen picture of it, so you're good then. Yeah, perfect. Awesome.
You know, it doesn't design city environment.
Thank you so much.
It's like they're traveling around the town.
Yeah.
Is there a village?
Yeah, it depends on the project duration and also just the district too. Like the engineering is kind of in an area, but if you're project based, it really, I mean, any project, short duration can be like 6 months, but it can be up to several years. Like we just started a new project in Fort Smith, Maine, that's gonna be a 9-year project, so.
I'm saying,
Yeah, and we hope to support that by then as well. Yeah. Awesome, and great to meet you. Thanks for That's fine. But we're gonna get out of here. I know it's so long. I'm actually Mohammed. Nice to meet you. How was your childhood?
check and make sure we work.
Okay, so is there like a present mode you can do?
You can like full screen this potentially. Let's see here. QW.
Awesome. Okay, and then I will get this clicker plugged in.
It's already there. Here is your connector, okay?
Hopefully this works. It should work. I'm not sure if it doesn't. You can scroll. Oh, perfect.
Is there there's not a laser on him?
Yeah, I don't. I'm not sure. this door might be open a little because the flash drives. Okay.
No worries.
Whenever you're ready, you can just take it away.
Sure.
Yeah, of course.
Should we wait till 4:30?
No, I mean, everybody's here. Maybe wait until a few stragglers.
Yeah.
So 4:30 might be good. I'm just gonna remind everybody to scan the QR code. All right, everybody, make sure you sign in with the QR code. Use your phone to scan it just for data, and there should be a resume application.
Want to get started?
Sure. All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Anthony Gardner. This is my coworker Eric, and we are from Katalyst Space Technologies in Flagstaff, Arizona. Can everybody hear me okay in the back? Good? Okay. Cool. So we have 50 minutes today, give or take, and we want to just spend about 20 minutes talking about our company and what it's like to work for us. And we want most of the time there to be on Q&A and networking, so we'll be happy to do that afterward. And then if we run overtime on the networking, we're going to take it to the room next door as well, okay? So to start, I kind of just wanted to give a little bit of background on why we are jumping into the industry that we are at the time that we are. And it kind of goes back 50 years or so to when we were launching the first rockets and satellites. A lot of those were one-use vehicles, so you would launch with a single purpose and then quickly lose its value. And if we fast forward 50 years later, the rockets are now multi-use vehicles. We can recover them as SpaceX has demonstrated recently, but if you measure that against the development of satellites, it's pretty striking the difference. You still see essentially the same design across satellites that you launched in the 70s that you would see today. And so that's something that we have identified as an area of pursuit for our company. We basically want to move the space vehicle design lifetime away from a single use case toward multi-use reconfigurable systems. And of course, everything comes back to cost as well. And so if you look at the trajectory of the global space economy over the next 20 years or so, Morgan Stanley has set the price point at about a $1 trillion market value for this section of the economy. So there's a lot of money to be had in this area. And of course, everything is moving toward a dependency on satellites and other systems in space. So we see this as a really good opportunity to get in the game there as well.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, Anthony. So, all right, Katalyst was founded in May 2020, which I guess, as you guys are probably aware, is maybe not quite the best time to start a company, but so far, so good. Yeah, so as Anthony sort of alluded to there, our long-term vision is really focused on OSAM, so on-orbit servicing, assembly, and manufacture. Broadly, we're focused on kind of higher orbits, so like geostationary orbits, and XGEO, so like kind of the cislunar space. Right now, we've got a team of around 5 full-time engineers, and then a fair number of kind of industry consultants and other partners. So we have an extremely aggressive growth trajectory at the moment. We're projecting a second investment round to close next month. And then we should be hiring around 21 people, both interns and full-time, both for, I guess, part-time positions in the spring, and then, I guess, full-time and interns this summer as well. Yeah, so kind of the main issues that we have right now in like the satellite side of the industry is we've got these really long cycle times. So development programs just go on like forever and ever and ever. We have very rigid architectures, which are kind of once they're put in place, they're very fixed. And overall, all these programs cost a lot. And what this really leads to is kind of stagnant and often extremely obsolete technology in orbit. Yeah, so our kind of vision is we really want to see like a robust ecosystem of OSAM stuff. So basically, satellites that can be upgraded, repaired, refueled, whatnot, probably mostly by robotics platforms. So space missions with the built-in flexibility, responsiveness, and ideally sustainability as well. So, like, one of the big problems with getting stuff like this started, this has been proposed for since like the 70s or something, is that there's this really big kind of stumbling block, kind of a chicken and egg problem, where it's really hard to build out fairly advanced and complicated robotics platforms to serve satellites without having satellites that can actually benefit from being serviced. And then likewise, it's really hard to justify building out these servicing platforms if you have no satellites you can actually work on. So what we're kind of trying to do is kind of break that open with technologies that are kind of in between. So part of the way we're doing that is by solving kind of existing problems, and this has kind of led to our main 3 technology areas we're working in mostly. Space domain awareness, which I guess has mostly been called space situational awareness, but at Space Force we have had some light rebranding in terms of names. Modular structures and attachments, I think that's probably pretty self-explanatory, as well as position, navigation, and timing. So our roadmap is, currently in phase A, we're kind of trying to solve current problems on or near Earth, and overall just kind of build out more techs that are necessary for kind of our future space vision. In phase B, we kind of intend to transition techs to kind of more like the cislunar space, and overall, it's really somewhere where we want to take the company. And then finally, kind of in phase C, we want to leverage some of our experience in those projects to kind of do bigger and more advanced projects, and really kind of realize kind of an expanded vision where people are working on all kinds of modular systems, and overall space architecture is done more complex than you could really do with one-off systems. So we're like sort of in between phase A and phase B right now. So our development strategy broadly has been to leverage internal R&D to kind of start off, and then we've usually identified and engaged with government partners, and then finally we're kind of more going towards commercialization. So at the end of this year, we're anticipating a fairly large award from the Air Force Research Lab for a development contract. Ideally, the following year we'll have a pretty extensive lab R&D prototype with demoing that out in 2023. So right now we've kind of engaged a bunch of people throughout the industry, and are just kind of working with them in various elements of this vision. So primarily we've been working with customers, in particular the United States Space Force, and to a lesser extent the United States Army, from whom we have signed customer memorandum. So our company really values, I guess, like innovation, so cutting-edge development, direct product ownership, so basically being really responsible for the kind of products that you work on and really pushing them through. And I guess that partially also includes a lot of kind of breaking traditional molds, so you're not really, I guess, siloed in what your official job title is. So I'm technically a systems engineer, but I've done a lot of business development stuff and a lot of CAD design as well, which has been a lot of fun. So as part of kind of doing that, we really want a lot of collaboration, bringing in people from all kinds of different backgrounds to work on projects, and so honestly we're looking for kind of boldness, humbleness, and kind of willingness to learn overall and kind of adapt.
All right, thank you. I wanted to spend just a few minutes talking about my experience so far. I'm one of the newest members on the team, and I'm also the only fully remote employee at the moment, so I have some things to talk about as far as that goes as well. But I just finished up my master's at Texas A&M University in June and came on with them around the same time. Some observations I've made since then as far as company culture goes is that it's an extremely dynamic environment. They hired me to do a lot of general engineering work for them, but it's also, some of it has been focused based on the expertise that I brought in initially. So really it's the day-to-day, it's always something new, and I think that's a great environment to work in though. So in addition to that, we're really trying to push the boundary on what's been held as traditional ways to do engineering. And so, obviously we're looking for people who have good ideas and aren't afraid to push those ideas forward. And so with that though comes this attempt to grow a collective intelligence. So of course we're hiring people with specialties, but we all want to grow as engineers and as people, and so that's something that we're highly valuing within our company as well. Some of the perks as far as working with us, there's a very flexible schedule. As I mentioned, I'm fully remote, and I'm also 2 hours ahead of the guys in the office. So I start a little bit later, but that doesn't necessarily mean I'm stuck to the schedule that they're operating on. I can start earlier, at the same time as them. So there's that piece to it. Also, we really value the collaboration periods during the day, but there's also periods where we say it's your time to go work by yourself and get the things that you need to do out of the way as well. So there's periods of independent work, there's also periods of collaboration, and we basically start every day with a group stand-up where we get on the same page as far as what's been done and what we need to do. So last thing is there's a wide range of responsibilities for each of our engineers. Since we're a startup, we have to wear many hats, and so an advantage of working with a startup like this is you develop this multidisciplinary expertise that you might not if you go to a bigger company. And for anybody that isn't aware of where Flagstaff is, we're in northern Arizona, and it's not the Arizona that you would expect. There's no desert. It's a 4 seasons climate with very awesome running and hiking trails up there. It was originally a sort of a hideaway for endurance athletes to come out and train at altitude, but since then it's been growing based, with this health and fitness community that's coming out and helping to support that. And we're right down the road from the Grand Canyon, so easy access to that as well. Okay, so this is just a quick overview of what I've been working on since I started. I came out of school with a thesis, and it was a position estimation algorithm that was using certain parameters of nature to estimate position, navigation, and timing. And I kind of thought the work would die there, but early on in the summer, we went through this phase of research and development, and I pitched my idea as a possible product. The guys gave me a chance to flesh that out a little bit more, and since then we've gotten some support from industry to have a working prototype as early as June of next year. So that's been really exciting to see the development happen on that very abbreviated timeline. Again, that is an advantage of working at a startup, though, as opposed to a traditionally larger company, is we can move really fast, and it's easy to coordinate on tasks. And so we demonstrated that through this product development so far as well. So from where we started to where we are today, there's a actual product in hand now. It's not just a loose academic idea anymore. And we've also been able to flesh out the value proposition for people that were pitching in industry. So that's been really exciting to get some of that business experience. And then there's these pieces that come together as well that are required to build out something of value to the customer. So for example, like, developing a programming environment for them to play with, or trying to garner additional funding with proposals. Those are all pieces that we've been pushing really hard on as well. And so, from my end, I've seen a lot of personal improvements in starting. It's mostly in the leadership space, because I just, in school at least, you kind of go off and you do your own thing. You're not super accountable to any one professor or any one project. But in this environment, I've just really been able to own my work so far and push this project in particular really hard. So with all that said, I want to do a quick comparison of some of the other places I've been prior to Katalyst. So at A&M, I was a teaching and research assistant for a couple years, and as far as industry, I got a little bit of experience at NASA and a small business in College Station. And so that gives you exposure to what other people are doing and the approaches of the industry in general. And so if I was going to compare some of those things, on the Katalyst side, I just think that they have a really awesome culture where you can obviously bring in your own expertise, but you're of course asked to contribute in areas that you might not be fully prepared for, and it's totally fine though, because I think we're all up for that that challenge. So that's one thing. I think also, as far as a remote employee, I haven't felt any friction working with the group. It's very easy to collaborate and contribute to group discussions, whether it's in person and remote, and we do have some of those options available for future employees as well, as far as working remotely or in person. And then in addition to that, we've been hitting on this a few times now, but we're really looking for innovators and self-starters, people with strong ideas who can identify a problem in the current industry and have a solution, or what would be a solution with a little bit of cleanup. So anyway, that's a little bit of background on my work so far. As far as what our interns do, it's basically everything. You're really a full-time employee for us, and we don't treat you any differently than a full-time engineer. So we had our interns over the summer contributing to the product that I had mentioned, as well as a couple of other products that we're working on, and they're involved in all parts of it. They do CADing for us. They talk to people in industry for us. They lay out a development strategy that we go and pitch to people. And of course, we're looking to apply first principles engineering to all of this. So, they're justifying their decisions to us and the people that we talk to as academic experts or people in industry. So I think this is pretty awesome. You're on the cutting edge of research and development as an intern with us. And it's a great place to work.
Yeah. I'd just like to throw in a little bit more context. So we're sort of throwing around I guess the fact that we kind of do a lot of internal product development. So the way that's sort of worked, at least this last summer, was we basically, had people spend a week or so to kind of go review kind of what our kind of portfolios, both in terms of technologies, but as well as kind of our team's experience set. And then we basically did kind of a little Shark Tank style process. So I thought it was super fun. But yeah.
Yeah, so we have 21 positions that we're looking to fill between now and next year. Some of those are internships, some of them are full-time positions, but we're really looking for support in a lot of different areas, GNC in particular, as well as software design. We need systems engineers and people that are experts in computer science. And then we're also getting into some early prototyping with these products. So if there's electrical engineers or people with image processing and optics expertise, we're interested in filling all of those roles. So I think that is all of our slides. We want to spend the rest of the time though just fielding questions and talking to you guys. Open the floor.
Yeah, so how was Katalyst founded? You talked about briefly May 2020 you guys started, but who was the founder and where did it start? The story behind it.
Yeah, so our founder, main founder, Ganhi, he was working at Raytheon on stuff, and anyways, he and then one of his friends from college who was working at Boeing. Basically, they had really wanted to do a startup for quite some time, and then they basically committed to doing a startup at that point in time, and then the pandemic happened, which it sort of worked out. Basically, in some regards, I guess it worked out pretty well because it gave everyone an excuse to work remote, so that allowed us to have a lot lower costs than we might have otherwise had. That's probably a bad answer, but yeah.
Well, just to further that a little bit there, I think they identified a lot of the red tape that comes with working at a big company. It was just moving too slow for them, and so they figured let's just take a chance now and see if it works out for us. And so far we've had a lot of support, and I think these products are moving much faster than they would maybe if they were being developed internally at a bigger company. So yeah, that was the thinking then, and it's still seems to be working. So yeah.
Yeah, I had a question about since you work virtually, when you work on your own project, how does it work when you collaborate with guys in the office? Is it more manufacturing on their end, and you kind of specify oh, this is what I think should happen? How do you balance out the workload so it's kind of fair?
Yeah, it's a good question. The product that I had mentioned isn't in it's not in a prototyping state yet. So basically, we've just been doing a lot of research around the type of sensors that we want to use and the maybe the algorithmic approach that we want to to propose as a potential solution. So things haven't required anybody to necessarily be physically manufacturing yet, but that's something that's on our mind moving forward is, the remote piece can only go so far. You definitely have to be in the office to do some things. And so, I'm hoping to move out to Flagstaff sometime next year to really jump into that.
And then just to sort of further that, I mean, I think as we sort of alluded to, a lot of our stuff so far has been a lot of GNC, so a lot of basically algorithm design and simulation has been extremely big part of what we've been doing.
Yeah.
So how are you going to go about the manufacturing process? You mentioned you had about $155,000 of funding, so would that involve with the next round of funding trying to get some higher level manufacturing facilities, or would it be primarily outsourcing to the local area? Or?
Yeah, so basically as part of that, as part of our next fundraising round, both, I guess, a combination of that, so private capital as well as, I guess, some of the contract means we're projecting. That will be when we kind of acquire more hardware and stuff. But we still, basically the Air Force contracting process, most of what we're doing is probably not going to be, I guess, in-house hardware manufacturing. So like a lot of what we're going to be doing is kind of this benchtop simulation. So we're basically going to get a bunch of different components, and then we're going to basically be demoing out our algorithms and our mission software on those, and then proceed to integrate them into an actual space platform. But basically, in the Air Force contracting process, you go through various like stages of technical maturity, and we'll be entering that next one ideally.
So what specific sorts of applications will the APNC technology that Katalyst is developing be used in order to achieve the goals of like on-orbit service and manufacturing? Or how is it going to be applied in the space environment?
Yeah, that's a good question. So that product in particular, it's sort of a spin-off of what the company's vision is. But really, I guess the idea there is it could potentially be used for terrestrial vehicles as a backup GPS system. And so the long-term extension was maybe put that on lunar vehicles or Martian vehicles. But that one, yeah, that's a good question and something we're still trying to work out as far as how do you kind of put that in the context of what the company is trying to provide as a industry changer over time. And I think it is still, it does fit in the modular thinking as well. You're not so dependent on some absolute positioning system anymore. It's very localized and still kind of fits the mold in that regard.
Thank you.
Has Katalyst already started working on their development of satellites and stuff in that area? And then also my second question is is Katalyst's goal at the end to be more like a Blue Origin or Raytheon company with that many employees? Or is it always going to try to be small and fast prototyping?
So yeah, I guess I'll answer. So as far as the first one, yeah, we're, I'd say, in kind of like a preliminary design stage for our first actual space product. That has basically not been covered at all in this presentation, that particular product. But yeah, and then as far as the second question, like the size, I do think we are going to end up needing to scale up just, I guess, one, in order to hit the production volumes, but also just to really, in order to hit like the volumes and actually, change the industry on like the scope we're aiming for. I do think, we're definitely going to end up scaling up a fair bit. But I think we do want to, kind of try and maintain that startup mentality to the greatest extent we possibly can.
You mentioned CAD being part of the duties that an intern would perform. Do you have a company standard software that you use for that at the moment?
Yeah, we're using the Autodesk suite.
We also don't require interns to CAD as like part of the job. It's just something it's like a soft skill. If you have it, it's awesome.
So like Fusion 360 type of like that.
Yeah.
What level interns are you guys looking for the upcoming years? Like for this next summer, what kind of experience do you want them to have?
So yeah, it's a good question. I mean, we get asked that a lot. I think more than anything, we're looking for people who are equally passionate about changing the space industry and have that preliminary knowledge of what's happening on the periphery currently, and some of our potential competitors. That's all good background information to have. As far as technical stuff, though, it varies. Like the position title isn't necessarily what you'll be doing with us. So if you have hardware background, that's great. If you have software background, that's great. But I think more than anything, the mindset of being able to jump between disciplines is kind of what we're looking for. And just from talking to people so far, it's very easy to identify people who have that muscle. So yeah, did you have any?
Yeah, I'd just add on that, like in particular, we are very interested in people with either CubeSat, so small satellite development, or with kind of rocket hardware. Although we're always very interested in people with experience in other industries as well, because I think there's a lot of things from outside the space industry that I think would really the space industry is kind of lagging behind on. So there's lots of good stuff to adopt from other places.
Now, what's kind of like the work structure like in the office? Like when you have interns, like do they have like one like supervisor? Like how's what's their, I guess, contribution to the overall project, or like how much do they really like contribute? Like can you just like pitch out an idea? Like what is the, I guess, the hierarchy like? Or is everyone just like tight knit?
I guess like from an organizational structure, I guess it's like pretty flat. I think broadly, interns will probably have like a supervisor kind of supervising your group, like a group based on like a product you guys are working on. But those groups can pretty dramatically change based on what product ideas are moved forward and whatnot. So like you could conceivably end up actually leading like a small project team as an intern. So yeah, it's fairly dynamic in that regard, I guess.
Yeah, so do you guys have any like volunteering opportunities or looking to implement volunteering program in the future?
A volunteer program? Yeah, I can't really speak to that necessarily. One thing that we would really love to do over time is implement a program similar to that to develop, younger engineers and give them exposure to the startup space. So far, we're a little bit limited in terms of time and resources to implement something like that, but yeah, that's certainly on our minds. How can we get the most people involved as quickly as possible?
I guess just to clarify, by like volunteer program, do you mean like kind of community outreach style?
No, I mean like us, wanting to help out and then volunteer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I can speak to that. Yeah.
You guys talked about like engineers working for Katalyst, bringing new ideas and maybe new projects, and I was kind of just wondering if you could speak to how an engineer does that and what like the conversation is like with the rest of the team, and then giving up some of your responsibilities to go work on a project that you're interested in.
Sure. So at least from my end, the idea that I had spent the last couple years thinking about in school didn't seem initially like a better idea than what anybody else had thrown out during our discovery phase. And so, I guess, balancing that project against all the other projects, it's really about, which one is providing an immediate service to the industry and which one can we develop the fastest. Those are typically some of the markers that we think about in a product development phase. But in general, we did have a set time for when we were doing research and, idea curation. But I think in some of these products, they've also evolved in different ways than what they were initially intended to. And that's really because people are constantly thinking about how do we improve, how do we provide a greater service. And so, there's certainly periods where, just in any typical week, somebody comes up with a new idea or a new implementation that we hadn't considered yet, and we of course spend time hashing that out in a group setting.
Yeah, and maybe to add like a little bit further clarity, like we do have kind of overarching products that do take up a fair chunk of time. So basically what we ended up doing is we had, I'd say, kind of maybe like 50 to 25% of interns' time allocated to like basically basically to what we called like a discovery phase, which is basically where we did this process. But then on the top of that, we also had people working on kind of our primary current product as well, and getting some more proposals and whatnot ready for that. Although, to be fair, we're also kind of continuing to tweak this process and play with how much time we're allocating to that and whatnot, and the exact structure, but yeah.
So producing and launching satellites in this space can often obviously create a lot of space junk in orbit. Is there anything that Katalyst is doing to mitigate those problems or plans to in the future?
So I guess we're not focused on active debris removal, if that's what you're asking. But a big part of the kind of space domain awareness is kind of tracking and maintaining catalogs of space debris. So we actually know where everything's at. I think, to be totally fair, it's a bit of a under-discussed element of space debris is often we just don't even know where it is. So then you only figure it out after something has a collision. So there's yeah, which is kind of it's not a great situation. Recently there was a very large Chinese satellite in Leo that just mysteriously broke up, and then I think a few months ago we actually correlated a object that had actually almost certainly collided with it. So it's like, oh yeah, that's why it blew up. But yeah. So basically helping us to have a better understanding of where debris actually are, and what that debris is, I think will hopefully play a big part in, improving space sustainability. So.
Since the future vision involves satellites, is there any research or time spent now looking at propulsion systems for those satellites?
I guess currently I don't think we're really looking at propulsion systems. We've mostly been looking at commercial off-the-shelf vendors for that type of thing. Yeah. I guess especially if we could integrate that into kind of our OSAM vision, if it's in particular propulsion systems that could be relatively easily refueled or replaced, that would probably be something of significant interest.
Since you guys are a more recent startup, you guys probably don't have as much capital resources as a bigger company like Boeing or Raytheon. How do you guys make up for that to your customers or to a supplier or anything like that to do your how do you make up for the smaller portion of your company compared to Boeing or Raytheon and how they do it?
Yeah, it's tricky, to be honest. It's a lot of bootstrapping and wearing lots of hats. Yeah, particular, yeah. It's tricky.
In general, though, we've been forced to focus on less products, right? That's the short answer. Is you just put more time and resources into a few good ideas as opposed to spreading yourself across a bunch. And so, it's kind of been the approach so far. Is we have a few really strong products that we've been able to really flesh out the engineering and technical aspects of, and I think providing quality over quantity is something that you really have to focus on as a startup, at least in this early phase.
You guys mentioned winter missions as soon as 2025. Have you guys had any progress, securing any contracts or talking to NASA or Space Force or anybody to secure those?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of why we're here.
That's all I can say.
That's a piece of why we're here, actually. We're talking to Dr. Powell.
And I'm guessing the rest of you need U.S. security clearance.
Yeah.
So, obviously you're doing a lot of preliminary design, which often involves close collaboration and kind of debating to find the best idea. Do you have maybe a description of how your company and your company culture addresses disagreements within the workplace?
Good question.
Oh no, that's a you question.
That's a me question? Yeah, disagreements. I think a lot of the time, it comes down to the individuals and the synergy between people. And so I don't know. We've had technical disagreements so far, but they don't really feel like like anything more than just a conversation. So, yeah, I don't know, have you had an experience of anything difficult? Nothing comes to mind as far as like having a hard time with somebody so far. It's been, it's very easy to bounce ideas off of each other, and I think in general we're all skeptical people as well, so that kind of benefits us as far as nobody, we have like I think it's good to have the imposter syndrome at times where you're, maybe not sold on your own idea until you actually, see it through. So yeah, we're constantly trying to poke holes and look for ways to improve.
Yeah, and I think like a lot of that has been honestly come down partially to how we've like built out our team. We're all basically looking, I guess, to learn and to kind of accept, when like basically accept, feedback and criticism of our ideas. So like, sometimes I don't know, like it can get kind of heated in the technical debate, but I think at the end of the day, everyone kind of understands, the goal is not like to, elevate people or to push people down. It's really to make sure that the products we pitch and the products that we're developing for our customers are really the best they can possibly be. So.
Thank you.
What has been the most frustrating part of working in a startup for you?
I don't know if anything's been really frustrating. I don't know, maybe the hours sometimes, we've had to work weekends occasionally, things like that, to just meet deadlines. And so I think it's really about perspective, though. If that is, something that you're not interested in, I don't think we'll ever require anybody to work a weekend, but yeah, that's been one small thing. Also, I guess it's just, again, it's not exactly frustrating, but we had some people that were scheduled to do this presentation. They weren't able to make it, so we flew out last minute to come talk to you guys, and so it's those kind of things. It's maybe just like unexpected deadlines, or things come up because we're a small group and we kind of have to cover our tracks as much as we can.
Yeah, and once they bought had the wrong flavor of energy drinks in the mini fridge.
Oh yeah.
And it was terrible. It's a sugar-free Monster, and I was like, no, not going for that.
Now asking the other side of that question, like what was the most funniest experience at Katalyst?
Oh, funniest experience.
Funny.
What do you think?
Oh no.
Funny experience. I don't know. I've been remote the whole time, so I can't speak to things that have happened in the office. I guess occasionally like I do get forgotten on screen. Like I'll have my hand, because I don't know if anybody's aware with Teams, but you can put your hand up, right, to chime in. So I've had my hand up for like 5 minutes before, and it's just in an instance where everybody in the room is having a really aggressive conversation. I don't want to jump into that necessarily, so I'll put my hand up passively and then just kind of wait there for a while. So that's something.
And sometimes, like, I don't know, then also sometimes it's the reverse, like people are talking and maybe it's a bit of an overcorrection, but then it's like, oh, Anthony has to say something.
Oh yeah.
Just like,
they'll call it out. They'll say, hey, look up on screen, and that's what he's waiting for. Yeah.
So that's kind of rough sometimes.
I think also, didn't you guys play Civ?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they were playing Civ in person, and everybody was going after our CEO as like payback for making us work hard. Yeah.
Well, to be fair, he's like a one-over. He just was like attacking everyone.
Mm-hmm.
But he has this thing where he's like, oh, I'm very peaceful. It's like, yeah.
Right.
Civ 5 or Civ 6?
That was a big point of contention. So it was Civ 6, I know. I want Civ 5. I just don't like just the upgrades for the cities, like districts. Why? I suppose it's like modular or something, so I should probably nominally support it, but nah.
You mentioned multiple products so far. How many products are you currently developing, and which of those have you prioritized?
4, and the one with the most Air Force interest, I guess. Or sorry, Space Force.
Like you can't tell us about the products, or
Nobody has security clearance.
They all fit within our core technology areas. So they're all focused on servicing, this modular sort of long-term vision, and within that, it's space domain awareness, it's position navigation timing. It's really, they're all newer technologies that are trying to replace a system that's currently flying or maybe is beginning to degrade.
Yeah.
I don't know, do you want to say anything more than that?
I think that's all right.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
Yes.
You guys said that you are developing technologies for solving problems like domain awareness. Do you guys have any plans to maybe like export like that technology outside of space, perhaps in aviation industry or like autonomous cars that are coming out and stuff like that? Do you guys have any plans to do that, or is it exclusively space for you guys?
Yeah, I think some of the things that we've been thinking about recently is the application to other industries, right? And so in particular, this backup GPS system I've been putting a lot of my time into has force extension to like pretty much any other industry. There's many things that are dependent on GPS, and so yeah, of course we're looking at extensions to all of our products outside of space, but the space industry itself is going to require a good amount of time, so I think we'll end up just primarily focusing and providing value there.
And some of the space domain awareness stuff, unfortunately, like from an algorithm standpoint, I think it's pretty, it's rather niche, but in terms of the sensor development, I think there's some things that have a fair bit of promise to be applied in other areas.
So are you guys sponsoring the clearances, or like how are you guys even like going about this whole situation?
Did you say sponsoring clearances?
Yeah, are you guys sponsoring it, or like?
I don't believe so at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't, I guess we haven't in theory required a security clearance yet, but yeah, that's something we can't really speak to.
Yeah, that's not like, I guess, I'm involved in the management.
Yeah, so other than those three domains of space domain awareness and the other two, like, is there a larger company vision that you guys are working towards, or it's just like, this is the problem, we're working on this and so forth?
Yeah, so I guess, to like provide a little bit of clarification, those are like, I guess, what we kind of perceive as value areas. But the overall company vision is, again, this kind of vision of modular space architectures that are built and upgraded in space. So what we're kind of doing is basically, we're using these value areas as basically a launch pad to build into this OSAM architecture.
Yeah, I think in many ways, there's problems outside of those areas, but a lot of them end up converging to those three value statements that we've identified through a lot of market research and outreach. So yeah, we're focused in those areas, but of course I don't think those necessarily define the company vision long term.
What simulation softwares do you most use, and what core competencies would you want an intern to have?
So I guess right now we've done a lot of work in MATLAB, and we're transitioning things toward Python. Outside of that, we use a lot of industry standard tools like GMAT and maybe STK over time. But yeah, at the moment, we're still building out simulation environments, and we've been using Python for that lately.
You mentioned you were seeking individuals who are sort of aware of the way the space industry is at this moment and are looking for ways to change the way it is. So what is one thing you would say as employees of Katalyst that you would like to see change about the space industry?
Well, I think I think all of us can really agree that things in industry are slow moving. That's something that we talk about a lot, and so that's one for me. I've been on the inside at some other big companies, and there's certainly things that I can speak to as far as just feeling like a number, and so it's those two things stand out in my mind. There's more to do here on a personal level, but also I think everything just feels a little more meaningful. So yeah, anything?
Yeah, personally, I guess I'm very much in favor of more modular architectures. One thing in particular is I think that there's a lot of spacecraft that are probably don't necessarily need to be their own spacecraft. Like you could essentially take that payload and have it be like a hosted payload, or put it on some kind of existing architecture or existing platform, and I think that would reduce a lot of costs and a lot of ultimately waste that goes on in the space industry as it currently is.
What are your project goals for the end of this and the next fiscal year?
You say project goals?
What do you want to accomplish by the end of this year and next year?
I can speak to my product. So mine in particular, we did a lot of the preliminary research and validation in the simulation world before I came on. So in that one in particular, it's been very accelerated. I think we'll hit a prototype demo early next year. And based on how that goes, maybe we might be able to curate a few final products and get those shipped out to the Army end of next year. But that's my hopeful vision for that development. Yeah, we'll see how that one goes.
Yeah, and then on the product I'm more involved in, at least we're hoping to basically finalize our hardware in the loop testbed design. We have a pretty good idea, but we're continuing to work with the customer to define out exactly what they think. Ultimately at the end of the day, it's the customer's money. So trying to figure out what they see as the most valuable things they would like us to do as part of this next phase of work, essentially.
So what are you guys' processes for design? Do you guys program it from scratch, or do you take it model things after existing technologies and then go from there?
I guess broadly, thus far, a lot of our systems have been set up to utilize existing hardware development. So we've been really interested in basically there's been a huge amount of hardware development for CubeSats. So we've been really interested in taking those systems and applying them in larger use cases and use cases outside of what they were originally intended for. I guess on the software side, I think a lot more of that is probably going to be from scratch, or at least from fairly bare bones.
So what other new core technology areas do you see your company going towards and researching and seeing back to the moon and PNC?
I think we're broadly interested in a lot of more lunar surface-based systems, but I don't know. I've currently been a little bit tunnel visioned on a couple other projects that I haven't been as involved at the moment.
Yeah, I think just looking at how do we extend some of our Earth products to Moon or Mars or beyond is where I could see things moving towards. Not necessarily, I think the use case is really important. So there will be variations to the technologies that we develop on Earth or Moon or Mars, but in general, you are trying to provide the same value in those areas that you would on Earth for a future colony. So
yeah, I was thinking about that a bit more. There's definitely, I think, some optics systems that would be very useful in multiple use cases. So if anyone has any experience, I guess, in optics or 3D graphics and optical modeling, that'd be super cool. I was thinking.
By chance. Cool. Any other questions? Okay. Well, we're going to stick around for as long as we can to talk to everybody. Of course, we'll be at the career fair tomorrow as well, but we're happy to speak with everybody today.
Just to remind everybody, make sure you sign in so they get the data later tonight. Network.
Yeah. I don't know if we can talk to them. Might not work like we're going to say here. Okay.
Just another announcement, the networking is going to stay here because the room is full.
I'm a senior in engineering. Basically, last summer, or this summer actually, I was at Jacobs working on a Kiewit where I wrote script for regarding our missions and saving our lives. And Python script is also used by the company that would transport our logs into the folders. So, and also some stuff I did was working in C++, where I wrote like new applications to start new message types that we would send our mission. And I also worked at Geoplantis, where I also did some embedded software in our mission, where I would write C code for them and to improve the runtime efficiency.
That sounds great. Like you said, we're looking for a lot of people with software background, and especially more on the hardware side. So it's super cool.
All right. I was wondering, when do you guys start the interview process, or is there anything else that you need from me?
Honestly, I'm like previously mentioned, I'm a little last minute in this process. So that's all I'm on. That's just the main thing. The main takeaway.
So just apply online, and then do I need to make sure to contact you?
I think they'll contact you. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Yeah.
So Mr. Ron? Right. Awesome. It's a pleasure to meet you. Alright. And I was going to sign up for one of our slots for IR. However, the scheduling assistant didn't let me because I am a first year director. I understand that you typically do not recruit first years, but I guess I'm going to explain that the next thing is going on. I think that my resume itself will explain why I have a lot more to offer to the company than just that. But also in terms of the vision, a couple of things that I worked on in high school, I did go through this modular approach I worked on. I developed a modular multiple drone that could be used for firefighting, search and rescue, and package delivery applications. This year we'll also be joining Purdue Space Program. There's a new team, Active Controls, and we're going to be trying to develop a self-landing rocket. I plan to work on that team as a business application GNC engineer. So this is my resume. And I also, I did a draft of the actual research proposal that I wanted to carry out during my college experience. But in terms of the Katalyst overall vision, like platforms and servicing satellites on orbit, I do possibly have ideas related to nuclear electric propulsion systems for those applications that I would be very happy to share.
Yeah, that's I'm not saying we're currently looking at, but that's definitely a big market need right now. I'm not familiar with actually, I probably make this awesome. There's a group called DIE that's super interesting. You can look them up and someone would kind of working with periphery and really interesting aspect of
So Mr. Ram? Yep, it's a pleasure.
Awesome, thank you.
I'm a junior in aerospace, and I usually do Dynetics. So on top of that, also experience where it's actually under startup last semester in Purdue with one of my friends. So that startup, I know it's a little out there, but I'm actually working more into social stuff. It was an app. We were trying to make an app on finding events near campus and stuff like that. So in that, I also do computer science and a bunch of other things that normally I wouldn't do as an engineer. And then further on, I also work into right now I'm working with another startup called Firefly, where it's drone delivery. So we're trying to deliver pizza with drones. So I think that's pretty fun. And so in that, I was using a bunch of software. I was doing controls and a bunch of games. So that was real fun.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, so if you remember the that's how we
so it's the application's online, I think it's Katalyst or something like that. So is there anything particular you guys are looking for? Control experience or other designs?
Also we're looking at again for
people who are fluid in multiple languages. Even my experience getting started off, I kept switching roles and doing other things.
I'd say in general, software and especially software portion of hardware is super
awesome. Nice to meet you.
started, I don't even know if that's actually very interesting. Yeah, I really want to just grab like through all that, like more design simulation. You guys have like section because I'm very more active with some other satellites. Basically just getting them, what was it like? Satellites easier into space and taking them more.
Were you guys,
Yeah, a hybrid rocket.
So like, are you talking about like mechanical network as far as like weather?
I just like balancing out, like balancing it.
Oh yeah, something like that. Yeah, I think that's obviously we're looking at. We'll see. We have something that we're looking at that I think is pretty well aligned with that. But we'll still have to see how that works out. Yeah, we're always looking for both for the project that he's working on as well as what we're super interested in finding more people who have more background in structures and instructional analysis.
And Socrates and Solve?
Right now we're using those talks in the objects suite, so we've done a lot of stuff in fusion, but I think we're going to have to probably see it. Basically, the further these get along, the higher the as a result, I love fusion, but I don't know.
Yeah, people that use inventive. I think it's really something.
Yeah, awesome.
I'm Benro, nice to meet you. First year engineering student here, and I'm considering going into aerospace engineering. So it's very inspiring by your presentation, and it's not every day that you see a startup aerospace company. And I love the company culture as well, what you said about sort of like not just a systems engineer, but also business what's your opinion on learning on the job? Because I'm still a freshman, and if I'm going to apply for anything.
Personally, I feel going down the job is it sort of depends. I think there's definitely some things that are easier to learn on the job than others. So I think I can just a lot of systems pretty well on the job, that better feel for the market. I think it's still hard to
And also, as you said about you're looking for individuals who are focused in the bigger aspect of things, rather than like the nitty-gritty aspects of stuff. So that was very nice. I really look forward to seeing what has in store for the future. And expecting great things from this company for sure. If you don't mind. Online? Oh, okay. So can I give it to you? Or?
At least they look at these.
Great.
But fundamentally, like everything goes through online.
Yeah, no, I'll give it to you.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
What's your name? I don't know how to do this. I didn't like a impressive resume.
Oh, no, it's all good.
Yeah, but I kind of have this, I don't know if you want to take a look. Very interesting presentation. I really like the small dynamics you got going on. It's nice to meet you. I like that. Not technical repairs. No, at all. I don't know. It's like when I played Civ for the first time, my friends absolutely stomped me, and I was like, I don't know, Babylonia, science, populations, what they're, I digress. Yeah, but
no, it's fun. As I've been saying, people,
apply online. Is it just like a resume based, or is it just like, is it like sort of the questionnaires to answer about?
Yeah, so it's a great resume. I think there's an optional cover letter. It truly is an optional cover letter. It's not like some on the hack you like, oh yeah.
Can I ask you, did you go to Purdue, or were you like, what was your, were you Texas?
Everywhere.
Oh, it was Florida.
I did.
Okay.
It was like Caroline, and then there's like there's basically multiple rounds of interviews, and we do have like kind of technical.
Take a look at it. Okay, that's okay. Because that was, okay, so I remember like other things.
Not really following the first time.
Okay.
It's good. Massive time investment.
Yeah, it was like if you get testing, like you take an exam at the meeting, because I know it was juniors, seniors are looking, I was looking for, but I was just wondering about like, I'm currently a sophomore, I'm taking like junior level university, so I was just kind of wondering how. Okay, then. Okay, thank you.
I'm Lucas. Nice to meet you, Aaron. Here's my resume. I just thought, what you were talking about was really interesting, especially the multidisciplinary aspect of it. So I'm a senior in engineering. I'll be graduating. Really open for full-time opportunities in the summer. So a lot of multidisciplinary things. So I would ask for research using Abacus Fund. So I'm also learning space programs. Currently in high altitude team. The first student to two-stage capacity. It's just, I just find it really interesting, picking up microphone. I really wanted to do something more applied technology based, project based, but I do it. To be honest with you, I was going to register on IR, but by the time I got there, it was booked up. So yeah, it's great to talk to you. Talk about this stuff. So,
I guess I think you're online and then on the phone using personally. And then also potentially there's only two of us. Yeah, gotcha. But yeah, awesome. Thanks. Fantastic. Yeah, talk to you.
Austin, nice to meet you. Junior mechanical engineering.
Fantastic. I learned a lot about leadership, also as much as I
So I spent
all the technical skills.
this 4 years of designed it myself. But also interdisciplinary, obviously some electrical programs like programming. So I think it's interesting. You guys are talking about
It was completely remote, all online.
you mentioned having skills with
Discord server designing, form communications.
Well, I don't have that right now.
It was like what they told us to do, I actually learned. It worked out really well.
Electrical, all that stuff.
Put together.
Here's a resume. Some good experience. Got a YouTube channel on there with some renders.
That's great. That's awesome.
I got
awesome.
If it's an exciting project, that's what the some skills. It's kind of definitely will. It's nice to talk to you.
Hi, my name is Kiewit. Nice to meet you. I'm a senior now. So I want to bring in summer. It might be a good place to meet.
Yeah, it's like very random question. Yeah, you're looking for contract experience and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Not required.
Because of the learning, functions and innovation. I've got nobody.
Yeah.
actually like they rent to the problem
So we're hoping to
So I'm a I met with he said and he sounded really interested about Katalyst and I'm super interested in when we first started. The reason they brought it up. And also really got to experience working on lots of different projects. And just standing in the square. Yeah, but that's totally okay. I don't actually have any space. Well, I'm working on a SaaS project right now. I'm working on other planetary design satellites and other students for our machine. So it's like $1,000 for about 1 CubeSat to just like be able to send it out to other schools so students could make their own modules to launch it. It's pretty cheap. Yeah. Hoping so. Yeah, exactly. And I don't know how they actually build it to a point where we could license it and actually get it to other schools. We're actually hoping to get the NASA they'll send your rocket launch, which we definitely don't have enough money for. Right. We're trying I know we was asked about our integrated machines. Promotion design so now we've done we very we're looking at that too. We are thinking about I'm sure very much everybody else is generally hard I applied to. I'm interested in working at any position. We did a one-on-one catch. I had an in-person I just wanted to introduce myself since I work in the report. You might be fine. And then once a while, so then you guys are always kind of on what's going on. But I was wasn't super on if that was for security reasons or it sounded I did a lot of work about not necessarily they're sitting in and then thank you for so that's kind of the they write it down for you provide like the
That's a funny way to put it. That's a real I was just wondering about the security, but thank you very much. I'm also a research assistant for base domain awareness. And actually really how do you guys define it? What environment are we in? Yeah, what sensors you guys are using and perhaps projectile, for example, that's not challenging the isolates. So is there anything out of yeah, it was definitely like a lot. It's actually 37 autonomous people close in the match, so I was on programming. Because all of our programmers are related. Oh, right. Yeah, so it's kind of the thing where you just like shooting by doing there's definitely a lot of things to do. And also just last week. Maybe looking on some of the issues on the stack and find the so there's some drifting issues that we are facing in the GPT. I'm in the hardware professional limitation. It's like a very small team of 10 people. So I collaborate on I'm also doing coding and all of that. So it's a fun experience and I find it similar experience I might get at campus. So fine-tune the coding, fine-tune. Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
So I'm doing that strategy.
Yeah, I know that you guys, Seattle.
Yeah, that's doing that. I know they have like clubs and more than that. So what's
not yet, so I am working on this year, and I'm on the year of teams that I'm doing this year. The first part was 1980. We're learning design on the arrows based on constraints.
Onboard processor. Although that's something that you are kind of like performance that might yeah, the developers. Someone else about security application.
Yes, I did.
I'm an international. Yeah, I was just wondering, are you talking about?
Now, honestly, again, now I will ask.
Oh, right, okay. Because there's one question I really wanted to ask. Okay, so you guys want to, I know that you guys have complex of government, but I don't know how far the idea is advocated your company regulations. It's a big thing, the whole effort thing. Yeah, it is.
I'm just looking at
honestly, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, but that's the thing. I've been working on there for a while. I really had a nice experience of it. I was only said that's what I'm getting my internship with Katalyst. So I was really there for the position. So as a similar yeah, so I don't know, but I was still looking for it. Alright, thank you so much. Yeah, so it's really
Yeah, there's a lot of overlap with I haven't been sophomore aerospace CF minor. Yeah, sounds like you mentioned during the presentation that you work on lab and transitions to that sort of right through these works a whole lot on my thought, a little bit of MATLAB.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, exactly. I have quite a long yeah, so I'm very awesome at that. I do work with research on campus, sub-team, designing a simulation environment for
test if it keeps that.
Yes.
Okay. Well, so my success was to have a location with sort of that solid my working in basis to there was another component that was
We're mostly focused on agriculture with it.
Right.
So what I'm making is that our technology and that was that was really awesome part of it. So I'm researching that. Seems like yeah, we're that was we are providing a satellite with the resolution of 250. And then our program is all split out
Yeah, I mean, how we will get into this.
Yes, I did. Yeah, you're right. Just a little sparse. Trying to find out more about the company.
Yeah, it's not necessarily spread the word. We just don't know who's in the room. A few ideas around. One essentially one is
somebody like somebody
you see this happening here, something cool. Yeah. So anyway, what's great? Do you know if we're talking more tomorrow?
no.
Initiative and we have done control to the sensitive
Alright, so then I should also.
yeah, so I would experience how universities design giving information and I was playing with that and they were feeding me the sense of more kind of building that scenario.
Nice to meet you too.
For communication and also doing satellite communication points and spatial response. I've been myself for 2 years. So just want to be able to
just here learning about companies and stuff like that. I mean, cool. I do have a lot of CAD experience, CAD knowledge, I've been that for 4 years. Yes, I do. I'm that right now. Work experience, I have absolutely a lot of place for just the fact that it's a smaller company, more personalized, more geared toward the actual players, the customers, instead of the big picture, the capital grab that you guys are trying to like find better and make the product better in the actual industry. So that's kind of what I'm interested in. I would like to go into like propulsion or like state sectors. I don't know until we watch it here, but right now I'm trying to focus on that. Possibly in a lab or something. I'm also trying to, it's kind of like out of my house right now, because I'm interested in the aerospace side of it. Like jets and that's the space stuff. but mainly experience with data. Sounds like
Yeah, we're having a lot of really strong people, especially like all the professionals
Right.
yeah.
I have, yes, I've gone through it, but your internship applications, they don't want to take freshmen.
Yeah.
Something shows stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, we're not, so that's like, I guess, filter.
Right, it's like where.
For less operator time, that's one of the big issues right now. But yeah, I keep giving up.
Creating a computer to basically create our own actively controlled process, as well as other systems such as like basically model cube stats. And I just wanted to take my resume and absolutely. I have a question. Chief engineer. So I did a lot of game design I have used it for game design as well. So trying to do a 3D, basically 3D visualization of high school robotics team. Using a lot of control for that and stuff like that. So I'm not sure if I've heard of that. Is it similar to OpenCV or just really different? Okay. Interesting. All right, I'll definitely look into that. Yeah, thanks.
What's up, bro?
Hi, I'm Robert. Nice to meet you. I'm a sophomore here. I was able to inquire because of the students, but I still find online. Figure out online program.
That's awesome. This is great.
Not too much first thing because they don't really know math, but still working with MATLAB and I'm on the Olympics team.
Oh, yeah, these are real products.
Yeah. And then, one thing I've been really interested since I've gotten her to learn more about it is orbit and
doing malware, Python stuff regularly.
those examples and everything like that. I know you
Yeah, we
guys
have,
do a bunch of
software.
module construction and so like there and stuff like that. So obviously you just have to know do a good deal with that.
So,
But yeah, I just had a question about that with
I'm
the
thinking
salad
about
repair.
thinking like the slot filled
If
out.
you want to, that's what I'm hearing, watch the salad repair. It goes to chemical salads or just?
Okay, well, we're gonna do,
Well, all right,
like,
so-
we're gonna talk to you tomorrow, talk to them.
I focus on
So, yeah,
Front end has a
Yeah,
system.
now can I ask you a question?
So we're
So you talk about your
working with,
that you've been working on for so long.
it's called,
Anyways,
Okay, so I was trying to be careful about my words.
And you've already
I wanted to
Yeah.
have like a bunch of detail about what I did, but some of
Tips
it's,
for what I should do for next
there's
step
like
like that, or
inclusion
just
of the process. Anyway, the general concept
Okay.
is,
Okay, so here's my resume.
Awesome. That uses
I'll give us your day, right?
Alright, thanks. Stars and then some. Hello, I'm Alexander from software for electrical engineering, but I'm really interested in working on avionics, and so I was wondering, besides electrical engineering and programming, like what else would be important for avionics? Yeah, exactly. So it's doing, it's like inertial and so yeah, the appeal of that though is like you can't move stars around, you can't necessarily mess with gravity, so they're very reliable measurement sources. So we proved in C programming preliminarily that there's and I've got to get a couple C programming classes opposed to just putting them.
We also were super
Very cool,
interested.
because I'm taking a short course right now for my minor, and that's what I've been studying
Oh,
this
okay, cool.
semester.
Yeah.
And I just.
And then also the other question is,
oh, wow,
like,
that's not what I'm learning.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like stars are Katalyst, we're customers, and collaborators, right? They're like always in the same position for the most part. There's that, and then. Of course,
That's like difficult to generalize.
Yeah.
Yeah, for different products, we
very
do
general.
pretty radically.
That's great.
Broadly, we are doing a lot of like communications directly to ground itself, as opposed to using existing relay.
Yeah. So you have your own like antenna.
Yeah, well, the actual ground infrastructure will likely be customer operated, but like we do have to
Probably more future.
We do have to design
You know, very early on, they focused on providing a really strong product that will provide some value in. Some of the value. Thank you very much. Thanks for your time. Okay, we'll do that tonight, but in general, the product is.
Hey, I'm Jonathan, software mentioned, so, on the slide about positions or relationships, I noticed it wasn't aerospace. So if I'm an aerospace engineer, but I still like the, that's, you know,
I mean, that's
like
what
think
I
about
do.
as far as, oh, you're an aerospace engineer. So what kind of position would I fill?
Maybe not.
Honestly, that's kind of, that's very much like
Space people are
one of the
where orbit.
where you kind of.
So far, we haven't really done a lot of.
Different,
Yeah,
like a combination of systems engineering,
specific, yeah.
bit of work with mechanics.
Definitely gotta keep open.
Yeah, of course.
That's a very much,
Oh, for sure, yeah. And it also like gives you the opportunity.
Also,
to
you
talk
said
to more
something
people, right?
about CubeSats in the
If you're coming to somebody with
catch
one
one.
idea.
so we're super interested in taking this existing, there's
It's a very
a huge amount of development put into CubeSats. So we're really interested in taking basically a lot of that development and applying it to larger platforms as well as more unusual platforms. Basically just utilizing a lot of
The more
as opposed to,
you can think
and those static clubs,
Right.
working on CubeSats.
Also, in fact, there's
Oh, yeah,
a
I'm
lot
gonna-
of because I would not be able to
So you're saying you're kind of building off of that, what's already been done, right?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I ran out of content resume, so.
Yeah, that's fine.
On that phone application. And you.
You got it. Hey. Oh, yeah. Sure. Yeah, it's all.
Okay, I have a quick question for you, like your salary.
Yeah.
Are you going to be using accelerators possibly?
Yes.
Are you looking to using all monitoring to like kind of create a more efficient blood system?
Potentially. Currently we have fixed panels, but like we are increasing power generation, but If we're able to get collectibles, there's.
Santiago Chisora, I'm a sophomore in aerospace. So as a sophomore, really, I don't have too much experience outside the projects I've done at school. The projects I have done, I've worked mainly with developing algorithms.
Not solar system.
Mainly sorting. For example, the 132 project was a lot about figuring out the best enzyme for the company. And they asked us to figure out what would be most cost efficient.
Right, okay. As far as like the best enzyme, there's certain like parameters that you guys were.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we were looking for generally in the options that we were given. And it was using MATLAB as well, so I mentioned that we did a lot of projects in MATLAB.
So far we have.
Yeah.
Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah.
What about your one?
Sorry.
Thank you. And we designed a that was proprietary.
I'm a senior at electronic engineering.
So that was we developed an imaging.
I'm very interested in space in general. I'm very excited to see
So basically a trash can that would take a picture of
very exciting time
the
space travel.
contents, and then
Overall, I have
depending on
experience
the colors and
project design experience.
average
Here at Purdue.
it would currently be recycled
Operating easier
and
than
regular trash.
very responsive.
So we tested it. We didn't do the most. We're doing rigorous testing of our technology, and we have much time to focus on that. But just like
concept.
Yeah, you should. Yes, there's a besides that,
I don't remember the exact ranges, but I also somewhere
I also have some
around
experience with
between 80
Python,
and
also CAD,
90%.
and in general, I'm just looking for a position where I can apply the knowledge that I've learned at a company that's looking to push the boundaries.
We had what we did was we had an iPhone camera. Generally, yeah, you don't want to have an iPhone camera back then, right? But
The camera's pretty good on it.
yeah, but you know,
I didn't have one for us tonight.
Right.
So,
I have a few questions
small team
about
of 5
how
engineers,
aerospace
how you guys
fit
approach
into
Sure.
the company.
the
I know,
problem that you
at
guys
least I
are
saw
having
on the
in
slides that
such
you're
small
looking mostly
groups.
to software engineers.
Just, like if none of you have experience in it, do you guys use outside resources, or do you typically?
Yeah, so as far as aerospace specific people go, we definitely have engineers for GNC. And then we'll also try to got a 7K control background, was solid for that one. And then the space systems engineer position is like, I don't know, it's very broad as far as the responsibilities. Aerospace engineer.
Thank you so much.
Fit all of them now. So those are the two that come to mind as focus on aerospace, which is cool. But then, of course, like, I don't know, we talked to so many aero engineers now that have just random hardware backgrounds, and they've had like some computer science classes they've taken, they have expertise that we need in terms of like object-oriented programming and stuff. So yeah, I think if you're asking about like specific positions to apply for, that would be probably like yeah, but yeah, of course, like there's many positions.
They will spend like a greater share of their.
Also, you mentioned that was it a doctor?
I did a master's.
A master's? Are you helping the area, or?
I am, well, I'm from Houston.
Oh, what part of Houston?
What is like the
I'm from Katy.
Oh, cool, okay, yeah, so
really close.
Fantastic, okay.
I wanted to ask that because a lot of the people went to A&M, so I just wanted to ask if you're the master's school there.
Oh, yeah, I mean, so I did my undergrad there too, and I just rolled into a master's program, but,
And then also whether it's like.
I mean, yeah, my experience was like, the undergrad program was okay, the master's program was well worth it with the faculty there, working with them. I mean, one-on-one is much more valuable to me than the same. So I really did it because the guys there are working on top-end projects for NASA and, DoD. So, yeah, getting exposed to that whole world is really what brought me to the startup space too.
Just like the diversity of the team itself.
They're doing a lot of individual work. You're sort of free to explore ideas and that sort of thing.
I know all my classes.
Yeah, that was my experience.
How is it?
Yeah, so that's, I think, an area.
Another thing,
Yeah.
are there any general skills and areas of expertise that you recommend for someone?
Thank you.
especially in this field?
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's so much to learn,
Yes.
but I think in general, like the skill sets that I'm seeing are particularly valuable for me. Learning about the processing, so taking like a picture of whatever, and identifying some characteristics in the picture, and then using that information to start with. Learning about that whole process is going to get you a really good start in anything. And so you can take that even further. Like, how do I integrate hardware into that? You know, it's not just on the algorithm side, but like that was kind of my introduction to hardware algorithm intersection.
Multi-use
satellites. Of course, there's a bunch of other ways too.
If there's a focus on like
to me, it's that was like super meaningful.
space waste and
Specifically, fuel.
Yeah, awesome.
And then,
Yeah, I mean,
so you
partially,
at least
honestly,
from what I've seen in the website,
to be fair, also space
satellite focused.
Yeah, so far.
So far?
Yeah, unfortunately,
Is there any,
reducing
is there any intent to start collaborating with startups and assist more focused?
Yeah, good question. I don't know
Having less objects in space.
or SpaceX wants to talk to us yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, over time, of course, we're looking to build out an ecosystem of
value, like in terms
that
of
provides the most value
assets
to,
still largely still viable, or
you know, what SpaceX is doing with Starlink is very
yeah, basically
for
it's
us.
a lot of
They're,
technology.
providing internet service to people
being
in
able to
completely
use-
remote areas.
Yeah, like it's
In general, the idea that we're trying to
Makes a lot more
push
sense
forward as
than
well,
what
not
we're
just
And it's
here on Earth, but on
yeah, especially on the customer facing side, you know,
but of course,
you
we
have to
can't
design
do all that
satellite,
internally.
right?
So there's
That's
definitely
gonna
be
last
collaboration
15
in
years.
the future.
I mean, your
And,
payload,
yeah, I'm pretty excited
it's
about
good.
SpaceX.
I mean,
That sounds awesome.
like,
Yeah.
probably they're gonna start
Nice
the
to meet you too.
process.
Is there any way that I
At least the company was before, so you.
Yeah, I'm not
actually-
Technology.
I will-
space
I'm talking tomorrow.
No, I didn't get to sign up
already.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, well, I mean, as a
At least a
comment,
decade.
we'll, you apply online. We're
Being able to.
kind of looking at all of our applicants.
Okay, most of
the next
those
couple of
satellites
days,
are
and
fine,
then
like, your solar panels.
we'll be doing some outreach at that point.
Sounds good. Structures.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
Sorry, it's
But how do you really swap out
No worries.
payload wise?
Is it still your, is it a company you know?
Yeah, it's a company. Yeah, it's like full name and then Katalyst space.
Oh,
It's
good,
really
yeah.
cool. Okay,
Well, thank you so much.
Of course. Great to meet you.
Great to meet you.
Oh,
They actually kind of did the same thing.
Nice to meet you, Malcolm. How you doing?
Oh, doing pretty well. How are you?
Doing all right. Yeah, I'm tired. Okay, cool. Tell me about yourself.
Yeah, so I'm a software engineer. Yeah, I'm very interested in your hardware. Yeah, how about,
Oh, you're a computer engineer.
yes, very good. Okay. Yeah, I have a lot of experience with,
Thank you very much for your
software
time.
and products.
Okay.
Yeah, I also have some
Thank you very much.
That's all I'm on.
We'll see. Have a good day.
We're working with,
Thank you.
hold on.
You guys have been pretty good.
Technologies.
In a way.
Yeah, so
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, we have a couple products that are
Space infrastructure.
moving toward hardware demos, and so, you know,
We're
we're
gonna get multiple
in
satellites
particular
going.
looking for people that have experience sensor integration and
Yeah,
using
so,
some
I mean, honestly,
on Raspberry Pi.
it honestly is sort
Seeing that kind
I mean,
of stick with what you.
broadly, one.
Okay, cool.
Case of.
Okay, so as far as like circuitry and
Have
stuff,
satellites,
can
you modular.
can you tell me a little bit about?
On the ground, right? So that's
Oh, yes, yes.
So, in general,
Yeah, I do,
having.
yeah, I do a lot of, on personal products.
On the ground, or swap between the one. But on top of that, there's that sort of larger fundamentals.
Right, okay.
That we're also.
Yeah, so,
More focused.
I do a lot of things,
Which is in space.
Right, yeah.
So like the ability
Can you tell me about this
to
one?
replace.
Super Tech Game Boy, yes, that was back in
That's actually so cool.
Yeah, that was
Myself, so I'm actually, I'm George. I'm
so,
I don't know when that's.
I'm in Japan.
So, yeah, is that something that, sort of engines that you guys are working on?
Yeah, so, it's totally fair. I mean, as I said, in the laws and wrongs.
Okay. And
one thing that you release
it's typically that to play on game like F-Zero.
Yeah, but effectively,
as I said, you can like
So like, so when, like, on the website, for example, I was looking at apply before coming here, right?
Yeah, okay.
So that would be the
Very cool.
systems engineering aspect, so like seeing what that would look like.
It works for
Trying to interface with okay. Well, that's awesome. Yeah, we have a position currently, it's called avionics.
Yeah, structures is
I'll take a look at that one if you haven't yet. And, yeah.
I guess we're also really interested in like systems engineering.
Gives me more about the.
Are you familiar with like models?
Yeah, so that position in particular is focused on the space domain awareness product.
Yeah, it's super
demo for, and
it's also not
scale,
but yeah, no.
FPG stuff. And
Are you in the
basically supporting anything you first.
I'm definitely looking into the Astra side, absolutely, yeah.
Connecting sensors to like a Radian. A little bit of the data processing of that system.
Lots of memory.
But,
I was on
yeah, I
some
can't
together.
speak
I was
too
so
much to
close.
that one.
Yeah, like we drove like all the way down there, like walking around campus. I was this close to
But yeah, to my knowledge, it's kind of a general hardware engineer type of role.
Yeah, honestly. Are you guys also looking in terms of the other?
Yeah, I would take a look at that one online. Are we?
Am I wrong?
We are.
Okay, that's all right. I think we're gonna be looking at everybody's AFCO in the next couple of days. So, yeah, if you're looking at
I've actually
application into
had
our
a
system.
fair bit of experience, so I'm involved with some of the like the rocketry clubs here.
Okay.
I'm sort of looking to get a little bit more.
Sure, yeah, of course.
We were making a demonstrator of an RCS system using like cold gas.
Oh, yeah.
So
And I have to write out a super long email again.
that was interesting.
Is it okay, like,
I was in the avionics team, so I was able to work with PCB designs. Basically, our project is actually we are going to use a weather balloon to stabilize a platform at an elevation and then try and launch a rocket off it.
Oh, rocket.
Yes. So it's very interesting. Yeah, so I actually got to work with the circuit that does the actual separation between the
Of course, it's
balloon.
great to meet you.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. There we go.
Well, that sounds super cool.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Lainey Trotman. I'm engineering and I'm also.
I recently joined her team. I was talking to her and she was like, hey, like, listen, you guys are doing a bunch of cool things in Oracle, but you should definitely join KSP. And I was like, yeah, absolutely. So,
Summer I worked.
yes, I am a dual citizen.
Fantastic.
So yeah, so I did a lot of software-based stuff with that, so I did some 3D modeling. My
I
main
guess
project
you-
was, well, I did two, but my main one that was more ortho-mechanics based.
Yeah, I guess.
It was basically you can enter ground station points and
fun.
and then I set up an algorithm that would plot the satellite trajectory around Earth based on the orbit parameters that anybody.
I see them, right?
Just kind of making that.
Yes, okay, so I'm
some of
actually
it, what that they already
really
have set
excited
up,
to
making it
try
where
in
you,
space.
yeah,
Like,
user
I think
friendly
in
and what
space
you use
for
for
so
the
long, it's just been
customer.
ready to go.
Okay, wait, so let me, sorry, I'm trying to.
And the private companies, they were actually going in, just sort of like part of
Is it Sim 8 was over on
It's actually so cool.
No, so just like,
I'm definitely going to bring that.
Oh, cool, okay.
Yeah.
Was it just like a,
Yeah,
like
no,
a
that's
writing
super
problem?
super.
so it was basically, based on like pointing angle and looking angle, it would
Product
probably
ownership.
view of the satellite.
Got it.
So it could
Right,
plot,
this is great.
Awesome, thank you.
based on wherever you want to set your algorithm, where you want it, and it would show you
Solves
how
at the
many
end.
times.
I'm sorry, I feel bad for you guys.
That's awesome.
You should have brought more
Yeah, so it
people.
was really coincident, and I also did
got like 10 engineers in the company.
some of the hardware that they did.
For the spirit.
For the Radian
Got the big round of funding coming up in
Telescope.
October, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of what I've
Sounds like
done.
it's already crunch time, I think.
Yeah, it's been rough, but, no, we're getting it, so.
The system side, I imagine.
Yeah, my name's Paul.
Big corporate
I'm a
company.
senior.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I can't speak too
Graduating
much to the
December.
system stuff. I've mostly been involved in like,
So.
in a system sense, like working out,
Yes.
timelines for, maybe, trying to do X, Y, Z tasks, and, before
Started out,
bringing in somebody to support
I
that
don't know what
work,
relay was.
and internally, those kind of,
Go
like
into
bigger
it,
picture,
lots of papers,
these kind of,
textbooks, whatever. Was
goals
required
and
and developed
I've been exposed
my
to
own
so far, but
free
I know like, as far as
trajectory
a
code
general
to
systems
here's the trajectory of the rocket leads to the
hopefully somebody who has exposure to model-based systems engineering.
and every foot off.
Is it, do you have any?
Yeah, I've done some work with signaling
you know,
And
prevent people
also,
uncertainties and
I
stuff like
even
that.
know
You know,
that's
the current,
so
all the
I
current
just
software that the student
work with that. I
uses
don't
is
have
like
any
50%,
certification, but I
plus or
can
minus
expose
50%.
you to
So
that
it's
through
like
some of the projects that I've done.
These
So that
contracts
helps.
are like a one profit margin, so.
Cool.
Okay.
Is anything to you?
Yeah, sure. Are you looking for full-time stuff or?
No, just an
Do you need a
internship
recovery
somewhere
leave?
because I'm
Ended up not doing anything.
a couple years of
Okay,
school. But,
cool.
yeah,
Give a resume for me? He's
I've
there,
not
so
actually
it's
talked to
kind
him already.
of. Oh, nice. I ended
So
up
I'm
doing
talking
one
to him or
basically covered
somebody.
agreement.
Actually, I got an email right on my way here while I was in the car. So
He's a little bit sick right now, so you might not
Oh, God.
be able to that one, but yeah, you're definitely talking to somebody.
Okay, cool, yeah. So apologies for not having it on me.
That's okay. Yeah, sounds like you're really like interested.
I'm really interested in
Yeah.
following up, so.
Yeah, so
You mentioned the
I'm really
in-between
excited
steps
to
before
talk
you
to
modularize.
somebody or
Like
more.
modularize stuff and
But yeah, and then also I wanted to ask you about the project that you're working on.
Yeah.
You mentioned CubeSats all the way up to like, larger satellites. Is it in progress? Is it scalable to all of those?
Yeah, I think it's scalable to like basically any vehicle that would require GPS. So you can just like maybe an autonomous agricultural vehicle.
There's
ways of being line of sight to the GPS system, right? Or we thought about how does it extend to subsea vehicles, you know, there's some reconfigurability to the sensors that we're proposing in this current system that I think would be fairly easy to solve.
But like physically, how does that actually work?
Well, I mean, what are the steps to get to?
The fully downside to what we're proposing are it does have to look at the sky.
Yeah, so basically,
that's the current limitation, but like.
So there's always been this big problem.
Most vehicles
like,
in the sky anyway.
not having, vehicles that.
Yeah, so it's,
So right now
it
there's-
actually uses, the two things
there's
it's measuring
been this
primarily
problem
is
of
solar
not having
overhead and gravity.
as well as not having
And so
modular platforms that can-
using those two measurements,
Yeah, so right now,
there's some
there's
concept that
the
you can
barrier
extract position.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, that's kind of the high level that, but, you know, you can think of that being used on maybe a car as well. And so, or a drone or something like that. So, yeah, we've been thinking about different embodiments of it. So far, the primary,
There's been a lot
I
of
think it's the primary use case, is like focus on like a lunar rover.
in space
Right, yeah.
transportation, and that's kind of
Yeah, I did some
substantial
with the
barrier to
CubeSat project
create
that I worked on. It was
services
the
because you can
chapter.
function.
Okay, gotcha.
So we partnered with Health Paris, which is kind of how I ended up working there.
Right, so
But I was
fair,
actually
pretty early
doing
on,
it
it's hard to
as much as I
But
could.
then you can.
But I had to do a lot of research into like existing hardware and stuff, so I
Sure.
really
Okay.
familiar with some of that.
That's fantastic.
So I was very interested.
Functionally, what we're doing is we're basically.
Well, can I ask you one more question about your sensor system that you were working on?
Basically, stuff that I mentioned.
Sure.
Was that using mostly radars for that?
Basically,
Or
modules
was it
that
like
can
an
be applied
optical system?
to existing.
Yeah, so I
And then we're gonna
began
do
with
after
an
that,
optical
go
system, but I was, I coded it all in MATLAB.
So, are you looking to create a kind of universal modular system
The
to
view
kind
of
of
the
fill that?
satellite, so whether it was circular, or whether it was
Kind of like how you said it is.
constellation or something.
Yeah.
And then you
Okay.
can tell it like, okay, I want it
Yeah.
to measure.
There's definitely a lot of
here,
different
and
approaches
basically this
to that, but
determine, the
looking at it
area
in terms of how
coverage
they're
for, say, like a
architecture.
Right.
satellite or something like that.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was a really great experience. And
Yeah,
I was
it was
doing it,
interesting.
so I can relate to your shoes. It was a challenge, but I think that's something that.
There's a lot to ask
about
about.
because I felt very isolated
Right.
within my group. Like, I mean,
Oh, they're
but
interesting
I was
Right,
in
right, right.
Florida and they were in New
Yeah,
York, so
so,
it's good to hear that.
So your main focus
you have to
is-
feel that you're super involved.
I mean, it just seems like there's.
Yeah, of
two
course.
separate
I mean, I've
directions there.
experienced some of that stuff personally too, where I just feel like a little bit isolated, but it's not because of the working group, it's just circumstantial. So yeah, but they've done their best to
Awareness or whatever.
integrate me and like, you can feel like I'm
So
part of the team.
explain like kind
Yeah.
Some of it was this too, like this is the first time I met Eric.
So this-
I met the guy that hired me last week in person for the first time. So I think them bringing me out was an effort
Those
to
issues that there isn't.
Yeah, and that's awesome that you're hopefully gonna move out there.
Isn't like.
Yeah, hopefully soon.
More about it
Yeah,
too.
for sure, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I've heard it's an awesome area. My
So
dad actually
what we
did a
had- what we
Route 66
basically
road
do
trip or
is
something
go
with my
ahead.
brother, and he's
Well,
like,
what
oh
are
my gosh, this
specific
is
areas
that
where we
was
actually
so
can?
cool.
Yeah, it was incredible. I was up there for just a week in
Dramatic.
end of last year, and That was really what made me like.
Because like, it's really hard to.
It's the environment is like not what you expect.
Oh, I have like modular bus. Like,
Traditionally,
it's
not
gonna,
zero zone.
over time, it's gonna help you save.
Yeah, that it was like, I mean, it was really December, and it was
Working
25
this much
degrees
for the
outside,
flight.
but I was wearing shorts and it was
Oh, wow.
Exactly.
it's not, it's a dry cold and a dry heat.
It's not right, so like, people are like, real
Generally comfortable.
Yeah, nothing
you know,
like that.
how do I know you're comfortable?
Right, yeah, it wasn't so bad here though.
There's a lot of-
I'm from Texas. So.
There's a lot of inertia,
Yeah,
inertia, I guess.
I can relate.
Yeah, it's
So
swampy.
what, you know, again,
Yeah.
just kind of looking.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of issues.
I'm
Specifically
very
add
proud
value
of that, and I'm excited to.
using
to
modules.
whoever I may talk to.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Let's plan on paying specific
Yeah.
applications.
Very nice to meet you.
Satellite market.
Hey, how are you doing? Good.
I'm Joe Chan.
I guess like broadly, like in terms of like a final end product or in terms of.
Who would say my example customer would want that one?
I don't know if I can go that far. I think all the underlying info.
Oh, wow. Okay.
There's some document.
Yeah. Yeah, I can totally see, yeah, I can totally see this makes sports, like, when they have the longest term system be around, measures and the line modular, so they can create updated electronics and updated munitions, et cetera. I'm also, so it's just interesting to see how to target different, and how to target a market like this where it's kind of,
It's just,
there's a really big opportunity, kind of SpaceX has opened up the industry, low cost,
And launch processor, yeah.
It's just space after the
One, thing we always look at is like, hey, is this reliance on?
So, but right now I'm just
Like, we basically, it isn't a good example. Like, it's launch costs, like, go to zero.
So you're looking at like.
Honestly, not.
Antibodies.
In the long run,
I mean, you look at the role of the box, container, right? And how that completely changed, right? It's kind of like a smaller scale version of that, kind of like small job.
Yeah.
Understood their skill.
Yeah, there's a Dr. Gordon Russell, he used to,
Stable orbits.
yeah, he's been.
One thing is priority what we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
It just depends on how stable you want.
Yeah.
Right.
So-
That's right.
Awesome.
So,
Yeah.
well, this question I have, so, just talking to companies around, making that highly
Go to
productive.
offenders, then it's a different story.
Right.
Yes.
So just
So-
seeing our TVD.
Very cool.
Pretty stable.
I wasn't able to sign up for you guys because I aren't here.
Yeah.
Back in,
So, any recommendations for how to get to the
project,
least
base
or anything like
I
that?
don't work on STK.
I guess broadly, again, trying
I was wondering
to
what the tracks,
skills use
tracks.
Okay.
And, so
That the
concept.
entrepreneurship, I'm not sure if that's,
I
I honestly haven't done a ton of, I don't, again, I sort of, we're super small.
It's just, it's a side interest.
Yeah.
No,
it is legitimate.
DOT also,
Super.
right? We didn't know like the.
But again, yeah, I primarily focus on the PRC and I think we're, we gotta get kicked out, so.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm trying Anthony,
Are we kicked out? Did a couple of internships for the startup in India.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah.
Tell me about the startup.
Yeah, so the startup is pretty similar, but they're more on the hardware side.
Okay.
So they have a whole modular CubeSat setup, and they're pitching to the Indian Space Agency and the European Space Agency. They also space money. So I pitched this idea to make an anti-dynamic and control simulator, and built that over last summer. So I was like the lead person on that, and had a couple of interns who were feeding me sensor models to be incorporated.
That's awesome.
Sun sensor and gyroscope, spectrometer, like. And so the particular simulator that I built was with a CubeSat that has a man talker or a hysteresis rod.
Okay.
So which kind of like what hysteresis rod would you need for this kind of a size of CubeSat?
Right.
So I made that simulation where we can put in those initial conditions,
plan it out and see, and find out what kind of characteristics and answers are what we need.
Interesting, okay. Can I ask, like, were you doing an object-oriented approach to that, or more like a functional approach?
It was more object-oriented.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Because you just had
It was a
uncertainty.
combination of both,
Yeah, yeah.
But after a time, the line was so blurry because you have functions coming in, but you have that main object that you're carrying forward.
Yeah, exactly,
So,
yeah. So I'm curious about, like, I guess, you had some uncertainty as far as, like, the sensors you were gonna use over,
Yeah, so they were pretty, there were a few that we definitely knew about.
Yeah.
And then there were a few that were still up in the air.
Right.
But what we did for those is took something that we knew that we would be close to around. And at least have that set up so that it's just a matter of changing the values and not creating that model again.
Right. Okay, and, I mean, this is like super solid experience. Are you looking for full-time stuff?
Right now, just internship because I'm still in my first year of master's year.
Gotcha, okay.
Professor Howard, it takes like 2 to 3 years.
Right.
I'm gonna be here for a while. So,
Right, okay, well, so, I guess.
the key thing was, just to meet with you, just to say hi, and probably over summer or something, it's like mutually beneficial, or
Yeah.
even in spring.
Hey guys.
I mean,
We actually have another company that's to host in like a minute. So
Okay.
we have a networking room that can transition all of you to and you keep chatting.
Okay, yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Do you want to keep talking for a second? Okay.
I wouldn't take much for it.
Anthony, you need to flee.
I know, I'm sorry. I know.
Actually, this is my fault.
Do you want me to?
Sorry, I don't want to break anything.
Yeah, we'll just.
Here's Diane.
Honestly, we could just say, all right, presentation over, come attack us.
Thank you all for coming to this seminar today. Reminder that IR is tomorrow in person, 8 to 4 p.m. You need to have an appointment in order to speak to a company. We will not be allowing walk-ups and sign-ups end at 8 a.m. tomorrow. So get signed up for those last-minute companies. If not, we cannot help you. So Dynetics will be speaking with you all until 7:20, and then after that, you can come up, speak with them, but at 7:20, we will be moving the conversation to a different networking room so then we can clear this out for another seminar. And please make sure that you have scanned in on the QR codes that are at every single table. Then you can take it away.
Can I go first? I'll go first. Hi, everybody. So we're Dynetics. Myself, I am Kyle Nicholson, BS AAE 2017. Where are we at? You guys want to introduce? Sure.
Yeah, sure. I'm Diana Luisio. I did my undergrad at University at Buffalo, and I did my master's and PhD at Purdue. Graduated in 2018.
So my name is Andrew Molnar. I'm also a Purdue guy. I did my bachelor's here and graduated in 2017, and then I just finished up my master's here in last December.
I think you have this thing right here.
What does this work? Just go back. Hey, technology. All right, so who are we? Or who we are? So we're a wholly owned subsidiary recently of Leidos. We used to be an employee-owned company. We were actually just purchased by Leidos, and we still operate the same way, just as a wholly owned subsidiary underneath them. We provide cost-effective engineering, IT solutions, kind of in the realm of national security, cybersecurity, space, critical infrastructure sectors. That's kind of what we do. We're based in Huntsville, Alabama. The greater Leidos network, I guess, is out of Maryland, something like that.
Virginia.
Virginia, okay. And then we have offices throughout the United States. What we do, so we provide real technical work. A lot of us we actually started as a radar company way back in the 70s. I think it says, yeah, established 1974. But as we've grown as a company before we were purchased, we kind of flexed in that little niche area, a little niche market of being able to be big enough to provide technical expertise, but small enough to be agile and beat out some larger primes. And we've started to innovate in different areas like aerospace. We've really gotten into, I guess, our IT infrastructure has increased quite substantially as we grew. What are some other groups? We have
Space.
And Diane will talk more about that. But yeah, all that to say, we solve real hard problems. These are mostly, I guess, emphasized in the programs we run. Once again, Diane will talk to a little bit of those programs. We innovate. We're also quite small, around 3,000 employees. That's a large number to me. When I got hired on, I think we were still under 2, but we've grown substantially in the past few years. So, okay, here's a good slide to talk about some of our programs. But yeah, so we have 45 years of excellence, automotive, advanced manufacturing, cyber IT, directed energy. We have products like Groundware, which is a radar, hypersonics we're getting into, our intelligence team, radars and sensors, our space solutions, strike solutions, unmanned systems and weapons technology. All those together kind of form who we are as a company. And some of our products right here, like, is this a laser pointer or no?
Yeah.
Is it?
Just might not work.
Well, SGM, small body munition. Moab, I think it's a Shadow, FastSat, some of our products. Our national presence, so we have offices all over the country, and now as part of Leidos, we're a global company. But yeah, so we're based out of Huntsville. We have, Ridgecrest, California, all the way to Detroit for automotive. Shalimar, very nice to be there. So I'll pass it off to Diane, and she'll talk a little bit about all the programs.
So this set of slides just gives more detail into the kinds of programs that we work on. So here's some of our automotive technology. It's basically like what is building the cars on the assembly line kind of thing. So we're not a car manufacturer, but we help with the assembly line, that sort of thing. Here we have a whole building dedicated to what we call advanced manufacturing. So a gigantic size of this room CNC machine, that sort of thing, making really cool, intricate parts. Cyber and IT solutions becoming more and more of an issue in our day-to-day lives. As you know about like the pipeline, the gas pipeline getting hacked and that sort of thing. So big companies, especially defense contractors, are interested in having strong cyber presence, cybersecurity presence. Directed energy, lovingly called the laser truck. And you can Google this and find some information about this specifically, but with this slide I wanted to highlight that we don't just make components, actuators, that sort of thing, we make full systems. So we are the, quote, prime, that means the primary contractor for this system. So we don't make every single component, but we put it all together. We make some of the subsystems as well. Over here is our commercial product. It's the ground-aware radar sensor. And it basically has some software in it to track things real time, say, oh no, don't worry about that, that's a truck, or maybe that's something you should be concerned about. So bread and butter was our radar technology to begin with, and we're still continuing it now. Hypersonic weapons. You'll be seeing these more and more in the news as time goes on with our, for lack of a better term, enemies. Also moving forward in this area of technology, but we're very much part of this realm and interested in it. Intelligence, I think when we first started our company, we started out as radar and intelligence, so that's just more of what we do here. Radars and sensors, so right over here, avionics equipment, that sort of thing. We're interested in large-scale systems, components, and how to use our components in the systems that we support, that sort of thing. A slide I know many of you are probably interested in, our space systems. So this is a photo of the human landing system, which we unfortunately did not win the phase 2 part of the contract. You've probably seen some news about Jeff Bezos suing over that decision. But we do make CubeSats up here. Over here, it's a piece of the Boeing Starliner, I think. It's like a big piece of the nose of that. So obviously, if we went for that big, large-scale human landing system, we're definitely very interested in continuing to work on space systems. Strike systems. So these are some of the really interesting things. If you can look at those grid fins that are on the back of that, that's kind of what Dynetics was used for back in like the 90s, and we're still continuing to use that today. So just some really interesting technology here. And I'll hand it off to Andrew.
I'll take it over from there. All right. So what I'm going to talk about now is basically, I guess what this slide says is what makes a Dynetics employee, and kind of get into what I assume a lot of you guys are concerned about, which is what we're looking for, and how you can end up getting a job with Dynetics. So the first slide we want to talk about is what we're looking for. So when we look for a good employee, you've got our common buzzwords here. We want someone that's motivated, innovative, and we're creative. And really, while those are somewhat cliche, on a day-to-day basis, we're all solving very complicated problems that don't have straightforward solutions. And you're regularly going back to the drawing board or talking with your coworkers about coming up with new solutions or coming up with a different way to think about the problem or how to reframe it. So what we look for when it comes to when we're hiring for internships, full-time, whatever it might be, is we want someone that's obviously motivated and they can show that they have the ability to think critically about these problems. Now, we don't expect anyone to be solving all the problem on their own. That in itself is a skill in which that you'll need help. Everyone needs help in the process. So what we're looking for is someone who's creative thinker, good problem solver, and has the willingness to put in the work to get the job done. And then one thing we like to highlight here is our core values. And Dynetics refers to these as the 4 E's, which are excellence, ethics, enjoyment, and enrichment. And those are just our kind of our staple for how we, how we view ourselves and, what kind of company we strive to be. So the only other thing I want to talk about this is what we call our Dynetics Does, which is one of our ways to give back. And this is more of a community service type thing, but we included it to kind of highlight the type of the type of company we are and the employees that we have, and that we like to give back to the community, whether it be local to Huntsville or all throughout the country at our other locations. And that's a big program which is fairly significant, significantly active, and is a good way that you can meet other people throughout the company, and just a good service overall. So now the specifics of how you guys are actually going to go about joining the team or applying and what opportunities we have available. So we have currently career opportunities for full-time and internship at all of these positions, with Huntsville, Alabama being the kind of the central hub where the majority of the positions are going to be held at. But there are opportunities throughout the country at these various other sites. And just to briefly go over for some of the people that are looking for full-time, some of our benefits packages. Of course, we offer competitive salaries and good insurance plans. We have a very good retirement plan. I just started here full-time. That was a big concern for me. Very good company match and just good benefits in regards to those things, as well as holidays and paid personal leave. I actually worked after I finished my undergrad and only got 2 weeks of vacation per year, and that was pretty rough. So starting out, you get 3 weeks vacation, which actually adds up very fast before you realize it. And then we have a host of other just on-campus amenities that are very useful, being medical wellness clinic. I haven't had to get a doctor because I can just go to the doctor on campus.
I got my flu shot last week there.
Yeah, so all very convenient opportunities like that, as well as on-campus fitness center at the Huntsville location. And of course, educational assistance for those of you that are finishing your bachelor's and you're thinking about working and doing your master's full-time. We offer a tuition reimbursement, which is quite beneficial. And then the other thing is another more youth organization is DYP, which is Dynetics Young Professionals, which is more of like a networking thing. Seeing as we are a semi-large company at this point, so even at just the Huntsville location, so we end up having there are people that you could work in the room next to you or down the hall that you would never meet, and you never really because there are so many people. So this is a good organization where you can read what the purpose is here, which is fostering a sense of company unity across organizational boundaries and to build strong professional and personal relationships. That pretty much sums it up. We do a bunch of activities together, and just something good for us younger folks that are just entering the workforce. And then to highlight the summer internship program, so what can you expect from the summer internship at Dynetics? I think that's a big key because many of you guys want to go and work for a company where you don't learn anything or you don't really work on anything fruitful. And that's the exact opposite of what we do. I was a two-time intern, so I can speak to this directly in the sense that I learned more in my 2 summers there than I did during some semesters here at Purdue. So you're going to be challenged from day one. You're going to be given difficult problems to work on. And you're going to have to learn on the fly as you go. And I mean, it's both exciting and fun because you get to work on cool problems, and it's a really good learning process.
We have an intern here, a former intern here today.
Yes, we do have a former intern here today. So I want to, normally we like to give as many interns as we can to come and talk to you guys. Unfortunately, we only have one today, so I'm not going to put him too much on the spot. But we like to have him share his experiences because he's more recent than even me who just graduated. Just to kind of give you guys an intern's perspective of what it's like to work at Dynetics. So do you want to introduce yourself and give an overview?
Yeah, so I'm Joel. I'm a senior now in aerospace here. So I was intern last summer, and a lot of the things that Andrew talked about, came in day one. I hadn't worked like a 40-hour-a-week job yet. It was the first day. And I got tasked with like an actual problem to work on. Like there was a genuine need in our department for this kind of tool, and I was tasked with creating it and giving it to, you know, my supervisor and all the engineers who needed it. And to be able to get immediately immersed into the whole culture and be able to, you know, leverage all the other employees to help me and to, you know, learn how to do things that, you know, in MATLAB or whatever that, you know, I didn't even know were possible, is a really great experience to be able to do that. As far as the area, I was in Huntsville. I really like Huntsville. Really fun place, really outdoorsy. And, you know, they call it the Rocket City. Everyone's like us there, so you'll feel at home if you come in. Yeah, the interns were great. We had, you know, lots of events that we went to, and overall, it was a really good experience for me. And I'm going to come back next year and probably work there full time. So that's my spiel.
Well, to speak to that, so I guess we were both interns. There's a pretty good relationship that we host with our interns. So a lot of us tend to come back and work full time for the company. It's just especially in the team we work with, there's a good community effort towards fostering like a mentorship role where you know, if you don't necessarily know what's going on the first day, you will be taught, and everybody has an open door. You can come in and ask somebody a question, and if they can't answer it, they'll point you to a subject matter expert who does. Probably a couple offices down.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I can speak a little bit more to, I guess, some of the programs. When I was an intern in 2016, they actually threw me on a DARPA program. I got to work DARPA Gremlins. And then when I came on full-time, that was phase 1 of DARPA Gremlins. We were fortunate enough to have won phase 2. I came on full-time working phase 2, but it's since gone to phase 3 and subsequent work with DARPA. As far as that kind of work, I think I've worked on 4 separate DARPA programs as a 5-year employee. So we have a lot of very quick, you know, I guess.
Can you describe what DARPA is?
Sure. So if you don't know what DARPA is.
Defense and Research Projects Agency?
Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, yep. They're I guess the cutting edge of defense technology. So the defense community identifies that there is a need or DARPA identifies that the defense community will need some sort of technology in the near future, and they provide the R&D money for contractors like us to kind of go capture that work and create that technology. Not necessarily create a product, but show that something's feasible. So for example, with Gremlins, it was an air-launched, air-recovered UAV, and that mission keeps going on and on with its, I guess, next steps. Some other recent news, DARPA Mobile Force Protection just concluded. That was a bunch of subsystems being put together to defend a moving convoy from UAS threats. So you can think of little drones flying at a Humvee, how to defend that sort of threat.
And all this information is on YouTube.
Yeah.
If you type Dynetics into YouTube, you'll see everything he's talking about. And Gremlins is spelled exactly as you'd expect in the movie. And I think Kyle has been talking about this really casually, but these were really advanced research projects, fast-paced, and they had interns like Kyle working on it. So
yeah, Mobile Force Protection went through 3 phases. And
I don't mean that condescendingly.
I think the takeaway there is that, like, one of the most impactful things that, and good feelings you can have is as an employee or you know, just a professional, is for your work to actually be integrated into an actual system, or to actually go to something and be flown or whatever it may be. And to have that experience as an intern is quite rewarding, I would say.
Very much so, yeah.
And when I work with interns now, I half-heartedly joke, but like seriously, I give them work that I'd have to do. So without them, I'd just be more busy.
Yeah, so the short of it is, as an intern, you can expect to be working on some actual projects that are actually meaningful and will have a serious effect on the outcome of programs. So quite rewarding. Also, Joel will be here with us afterwards at the end, in case you want to ask him any questions from an intern's perspective that you might want to ask us. So I just want to let everybody know. And yeah, I mean, I think we covered most of it. Talked quite a bit about this, but yeah, there are some benefits here, I guess, that we didn't address, like what we give. Of course, it's a paid internship. You do get a mileage allowance, which is a nice little stipend, as well as a housing stipend. So you get a decent chunk of change just for moving down for the summer, as well as and then to support you with your housing while you're there. And you do accrue PTO, which is nice as an intern, and you do get the holiday pay, which is great. It looks like we covered pretty much the rest of the stuff here on what you get. And so one of the closing comments is kind of the diversity of our company. So like we've said several times now, we're about a bit over 3,000 employees, and we have a very high retention rate. That culture, the reason that number is so high is due in part to our company culture, where that it's a very enjoyable place to work. Obviously, we're working on cool projects, and that's very important. You don't want your work to be boring. But what's equally important is the people that you're working with, and we promote very good culture. And you know, from what I've seen, generally most departments have lots of people that get along and just enjoy working with each other. But as you can see on the left chart there, about half our company is coming out with bachelor's degrees, and a bit over a quarter have a master's or a PhD, as well as our breakdown by what looks like major. So our company is very large electrical engineering subset, but I know a lot of you guys are probably aerospace, so we do hire lots of aero engineers. We're both, well, all three of us are aeros in different specializations. Science systems, so yes. So that's what we're all about. But you know, so we're all aero people. So that's where we all got started at. And then lastly is the how do I apply, which of course is the most important thing. So what I want to highlight in here is that you all need to go, this is a QR link to it, you don't need to use it right now, but on our website is a specific job posting for Purdue, this Purdue 2020 fall recruitment. Everyone should apply to that job posting.
Full-time internship?
Yes. Everyone should apply to it. And then the one thing we did want to mention, due to the way that IR is being run this year, is we've heard a lot of feedback that the time slots that are limited, they fill up very fast. And so we're venture to guess that a handful of you may have wanted a time slot and couldn't get one. So what we are doing is if you didn't get a time slot, if you did get a time slot, you don't need to worry about this. But if you didn't get a time slot, still apply to that position, but then you can email Levi Brown, in his email address is obviously right there, include the following, just include your resume and kind of some interest about yourself, kind of things you would say if you had the opportunity to talk to us one-on-one in that email, and you'll be put into consideration as well. So we wanted to offer that as a little extra for the people that made to the info session today.
That's our last slide.
And with that, that's our last slide. We wanted to keep it kind of brief. We imagine some people would probably want to talk to us.
Have questions?
Yeah, but before that, we want to open it up to any questions that you have for whether the three of us or Joel or, yes.
Yeah, so I took a look at the Purdue Fall 2021 job posting. It's for full-time and internships, or?
That's correct.
Oh.
Yes.
I would, if you're looking for a full-time position, I suggest looking at what are available because people may, it'll be more particular.
Yeah.
I'd also, just to give everybody in this room some advice, don't apply to more than 5 postings and try to tailor your resume. So if you're doing a shotgun approach, it's pretty obvious, like general resume and applying to 20 job postings means, oh, this person is probably not particularly interested in this particular posting. So it's always better to go fewer job postings and more tailored resume.
Agreed.
Yes. What are the opportunities for potential like security clearances or top secret clearances at Dynetics?
Majority of us, if you need it for your work, then you'll be put in for the clearance that you need. Some people as interns get put in for the clearances, other interns don't. It just depends on what project you get put on, and so it depends on what group you're in or division. But yeah, so there is opportunities for that. Yes?
How has the work environment at Dynetics changed with the pandemic, and are there any kind of lasting changes as a result of that?
I can figure that.
Yeah,
that's a great question.
And then I'll add to it.
Yeah, so I was intern last summer, so you know, I have quite a bit of friends that actually had their internships canceled. So the environment changed a little bit where that I actually had to go in for my project, but there was basically nobody in. Almost everybody was working remotely. You have lots of freedom. It's going to vary from manager to manager, but you have lots of freedom with the ability to work remotely, even still currently, even though we're back to a fairly good capacity.
Depending on the kind of work you do.
Yes, depending on the kind of work you're doing. That's always the caveat. Whereas like, I was able to bring, if I need to go work remotely for a week, I can bring my equipment with me and my work, and I can do that for a week. So, very flexible job environment right now.
And I worked pretty much almost entirely from home, almost the entire time, which I don't personally like, but it's what I had to do, so that's fine. Right now they're saying that you can come in if you want to, and then there's a rule about wearing masks in the facility and keeping your distance and that sort of thing. So they have been pretty responsive with how risky the environment is right now. I know, like I'm from New York State, so I know I found Alabama a little, tenuous maybe. So while maybe the population as a whole in Alabama aren't taking it super seriously, Dynetics and our employees and all of our coworkers are definitely are.
I'd say the greater Huntsville area.
Very much so.
Yeah, it's
takes it more seriously.
Little dot inside of big area.
Yeah, and I guess from my experience, I'm kind of halfway between. I worked half from home and then half of the time I was in, and it's all based upon the programs you work. Some of the programs you can't work remotely for. But as far as like the culture change because of COVID, I don't think we've really had any lasting effects. Maybe some new hires that have come in when there's a lack of individuals in the office haven't had kind of the same experience from being able to walk into anybody's office and ask a question. But the people are still the same, just the location in which they're working has changed. And so I think that the culture remains intact. However, it might be a bit harder to interact with, as I guess you guys all have, found with school and such, so.
I'd say maybe that my hours aren't longer. They're pretty much the same. What I'm doing hasn't changed, so it's not like everybody went remote and then expected you to answer a phone call at 10 p.m. That's not at all what happened. So there's still very much a respect of your free time and that sort of thing, even if you're at home and somebody's called, so that sort of thing. Does that answer all of your questions, or I didn't see who else?
Since you guys
It's a little hard to hear you.
Since you guys deal with military, do you have any restrictions on who can apply?
So anybody can apply. Anybody and everybody can apply. I would say that for the positions that we're hiring in Huntsville and all those other locations, the requirement to be hired is that you have to be a U.S. citizen, but you could be a dual citizen too, but that's neither here nor there. And that's due to the restrictions on the nature of the work we do. That doesn't mean that there aren't positions available for non-U.S. citizens. And one piece of advice I have for you is, if you are a non-U.S. citizen, maybe take a look at the Leidos job postings as well, because Leidos is our parent company, and they do a lot of really interesting work. We work with Leidos people all the time, and they have not as many restrictions as Dynetics. But please go ahead and apply, and on the job posting, it'll say what the requirements are.
Other questions? Yes.
So full-time hires, do you feel like there's freedom to move laterally, like between departments? Because there's a lot of interesting areas where, like,
Absolutely.
Do you feel like between like products you can have the freedom to move to different areas?
I've got a good one. So I guess I'll start then.
Same.
Okay, you all got one, so we'll give you quite a bit of examples. So actually, my department right now is looking for people as well, and there's a couple people that we've been talking to that are in completely different divisions that don't do any work similar, or different departments, that don't do any work similar to what we do, and we have actually interviewed with them and had them come briefly work for our department, and one person is going to come full-time, the other person actually wants to come work for our department temporarily, just so they have the option to go back if they want to, and like that's something that we're totally okay with. So there's lots of flexibility, because one thing we understand is that you as the employee, me as the employee, all of us, we all want to be working on something that we find interesting and not something that we go into work and, are just, monotonous or just for whatever reason we don't like it. So that's something that you would, like all of our managers are proactive about working with the employee to make sure that you're working on something you like to be working on.
I'm personally part of a matrix group within Dynetics, so I can work on any group that asks for my help. There's no restrictions on, I have to work within my division or anything like that. It's just based on how much free time I have. And I'd say that a lot of mechanical designers are that way as well, so it really depends on what role you're looking for. I'm a systems engineer, so writing requirements, not like a computer systems engineer. So.
Similarly, speaking of what Andrew was saying, so there's a couple of routes. You can be put on loan from your division, loaned out to another division, while you still maintain the hierarchy of the kind of the.
Who signs your time card?
Yeah, who signs your time card, or who your direct supervisor is. That maintains, but the work you're doing is under a different house, if you will. Also, as Andrew spoke to, you have the option if the divisions work together to transfer between divisions. So I actually got to work with our space systems division, even though I'm not in their hierarchy. I was loaned there and had the option to move there if I so desired. And that was just all based upon the programs and the need.
Any other questions?
Doesn't seem like it.
All right, well, if that's the case, then we'll wrap it up here.
More pizza?
Yeah, there's plenty of pizza, I'm sure. If you want any, feel free to take it.
If somebody walks out with a box, I'm not going to.
Yeah, we're okay with that too, because we want more than we need apparently.
So we have 20 minutes to our kickout?
And then we'll go to the next one.
Yeah.